Hi Padma, hi Camo, hi Xavier, how you doing today? Hi BBIJ, another one. How are you guys doing today? Hi mate. Hi. Is the audio okay? Or is everything ruined? Like it sometimes is. Oi mate. Oi mate. Kyle, thank you so much. Thank you very much for the tier 3. I've tried to invent some sketches for MTB Rides theme, but I'm too ADHD today. The music is good for you. Okay, good. Some days it just doesn't work out. We can try again tomorrow. Thank you very much for the tier 3. That's very kind of you. I'm good today. I did, I feel like I was like doing a lot of random things again, but like it was a good kind of, I got some bits done that I really wanted to get done. And then, yeah, I didn't get to do some exercise as much as I wanted to, but we'll see. And then, yeah. So today, can you guys remember that horrible nightmare I told you guys about? Probably not. Hi Dusty, how are you? Last week I had this really horrible nightmare. And it was so nasty. And what happened in my nightmare was I had something in my eye, so I went to the mirror. I'm trying. So I went to the mirror and there was like a hair. So I pulled it to try and get it away from my eye, and then I realized it was wrapped around my whole eye. But when I pulled it, my iris and my pupil just went immediately red, and like it started like veining, like everything was like suddenly bloodshot. And I realized I must have sliced my eye with the hair. It was wrapped around my whole eyeball. And then my other eyeball suddenly went red. Just the iris and the pupil. And then I suddenly had the most horrifying headache ever. And I was thinking, it was so horrible. It was so hot. It was so nasty. Anyway, that was a dream I had last week. And then I was reading the book that you guys bought for me off my wish list this morning. So in the book, it was about like dark artwork. I was following until the second eye. Then all of a sudden, like it's got loads of this dark artwork in it. Like it's really like, I don't want to use the word gothic, but quite like dark. Anyway, and so one of the things that the book was saying was about how a lot of artists used to use their dreams as inspiration for their artwork. And I was thinking about that. And I was like, I'll try. So I'm not going to do that to my own eyeball, obviously. But I want to paint like an eye here and try. We're getting injured eye makeup. I'm gonna do an eye. Oh my god! Smashing exactly like that, but on my chest. Runehilda's gonna be like, no, it's probably against terms of service. I've used dreams to inspire writing, right? So I just hadn't really considered it. So I thought, I'll just try. And then I was just a bit like, yeah, that seems interesting. It seems like something a bit fun to do. I haven't tried to paint anything that looks too realistic in a long time. So why not try? A new sleep paralysis, Steven, exactly. Happy eyeball day. So I'll probably need base maker. So let's just do that first. I know, I've decided I was in the mood for classical music today. Yeah, I've had quite a lot. Apparently they're meant to suggest that you're quite anxious about something. How was Papa Cross's birthday? He seemed pretty happy. My mum bought this like flan thing. And when she wanted to eat it, I was like, oh, let's put some candles in it. But then I realized the only candles they didn't really, they had a strange assortment of candles. Anyway, in too long didn't read, I found a 50, a 9, a 1, a 2, and another 1. So I stuck all of them in there to make the correct number of 63. And then I presented it to my dad, and he thought it was ridiculous. So, but when I brought it in, he was just like... So nice, you know? Cool. It went well, I think. But he texted me last night and said that he had a really nice day. 5,062. Yeah, it was a really, really bizarre, clever. Yeah, don't worry, I got this, I got this. And back in a school assembly, being back at school is common for women. Yeah! Oh my god, I hate the school dreams. Hi Tiger, how are you? Well, have a good one. Ugly, thank you so much! Thank you! I hope that's going to work out okay as a shape. I too have terrifying dreams about them. They're scary. You gotta be careful. God, I really hope this is gonna work out, you know? I haven't really got a decent, like, reference photo to go off, apart from how it looked in my mind. So we'll see. Are you doing Peppa Pig? Imagine if I did. I wasn't too witty enough to think of that. I like the music, thank you. I've been feeling like I've been in a classical music vibe kind of day today. So I thought maybe we'll listen to a little bit. What are you meant to do if nightmares give you lemons? Send them back. I saw a Cursed Peppa Pig cosplay earlier, but I forgot to share it. That's fine. I don't like this song because it just sounds like Thorpe Park. Right, let me do some record. Oh, I forgot to put my SD card in there again. Chat, how was your weekend? What did you do? Tell me. It's fine if you just waited for the next stream. Okay, I'm just going to quickly record. Okay. I did it. I did the recording part. I am back. You painted your Leon Gone. Yay! Oh, nice. Did you finish painting it? Or you did like the first few layers? I enjoyed watching paint dry Sunday. Nothing really. We made some cupcakes, tidied up the back garden a little bit in prep for the greenhouse thing. And today I put the pot dough in the slow cooker at 8 AM to make pulled pork. And we had barbecue pork. Oh wow, that sounds delicious. Striking. I was ill and didn't go to DreamHack or MegaCon, which on the sounds of it is probably best. Kick streamers and bodybuilders from other events, but I'm trying to ruin things with the cosplayers. What? What happened? Sunday I took my nieces shopping for my sister's birthday. Last time I let them pick because they wanted an afternoon and it was, oh my gosh. Yes, just busy. Hi, Zero Hour, how are you? Peachy. You did, and you posted it in Discord. Let me have a look. Oh my god, Peachy, that looks awesome! Cool keyboard, by the way. Wow. Do you feel happy that you finally got it done? Happy trans visibility. Today? Oh my god, I think I missed it. Who went? I didn't say anything, but they were not in cosplay. It's a Halo edition? That's so cool. You've kept that in like pristine condition. Ah, I didn't know either. Oh my god, Biscuit. Once again. Anyone who thinks that we should be able to live stream and video record from a pair of glasses. Per Mark Zuckerberg. Biscuit, I'm just going to remind you, we can't call them meta glasses. They have to be called Mark Zuckerberg's pervert glasses. Remember. That's so terrible. They tightened. Apparently Twitch have tightened the restrictions on streaming at TwitchCon and stuff. I'm interested to see what's going to happen. I'm not going, for other reasons, but I'm interested. We'll see how that improves. But I think it's different now because now they've got the glasses, right? Yeah, I don't know either, right, Biscuit? It's... Do you know... I think what's tricky about that is... Because they in some cases, they kind of just look like glasses. But then, like, how long until they come out with, like, different styles of the glasses? And then the way that I see it is, like, I don't think we would be, like... I don't think we're, like... It would never happen where they make contact lenses, right? And I think that's crazy, but I don't think it's impossible as like the technology slowly changes. And like, this stuff shouldn't be available to the public. It shouldn't be available at all, but like, you see what I mean? I kind of just feel like, well, now it's just getting more and more and more. Yeah, I don't like it. It makes me feel really unsafe, especially as a woman. It feels like there's just more and more reason to not go to these events. This should. Oh, sorry. Hi, 2020. How are you? There's something I've already been to different styles because different companies are going. Do they? I thought there was only one, and I thought it was just the. Is it Ray-Ban and Meta have collabed, or is it Ray-Ban have one and Meta have one? Yeah, I don't know. There's absolutely no reason to have glasses to record unless you're James Bond or something. Yeah, I feel like unless you're like MI5, why we have it? I strongly disagree with it. Especially the ones that like can identify people and stuff. I think they stopped developing them. Yeah, it's awful. Yeah, I agree with you, Peachy. I really hate it. You guys will all be glad to know that the shop orders that you guys bought have all been almost finished prepping, and hopefully we'll send them out tomorrow. Think of Fantasia. What's Fantasia? Let's do some recording. Oh, that one! Yeah, sorry, I do know what you're talking about. That's cute because of the music. I'm hoping this is going to work out, but I don't really think I've ever tried to paint one of my nightmares before. So this is new for me as well. It will be, yeah. I had a really nasty dream last week. And when I was reading my art book today about how a lot of artists who a long time ago used to use the no, you're fine, Peachy, because now look, I'll just make you all suffer with me. It works out, really. I had this really horrific nightmare, and then I thought, and I was reading my book and it was talking about how a lot of artists use their dreams as their inspiration, and I thought, I could do that. Chow supper stays together, exactly. Exactly, so, fine. I'll just turn it into a thing. Oh my god, Biscuit. I have something to complain about that. And it's a very privileged complaint. I've got the Colossal collection. Oh, sorry, no, I lied. No. I have the Tomb Raider archives, right? So I have been reading them on and off. And honestly, I spent most of my weekend reading them. I was really enjoying reading them. No problem. Okay, cool. Anyway, had a great time reading these books. And then I googled roughly. So they've got the 4-volume archives. There's 4 of them. Then they brought out the Colossal collection, which is essentially those consolidated down into 3. So each book is thicker. And I was like, I don't need that one because I've already got them as a volume of 4. The 4 archive volumes were really hard to get, so it makes sense that they'd bring out something else. Hi, Michael. How are you? So that people can still, get access to all the comics from the 90s. Out of just interest, I just Googled the Colossal collection because I just wanted to have a look. See what it looked like. Because I think it's very pretty. The final book has comics in it that's not in my volumes. So this whole time, I was missing a bunch of them. But then that suggests you'd only need volume 3 of the Colossal collection. But you can't just get volume 3. You'd have to get 1 and 2. I know. And I felt I was just like, this is so annoying. This is so annoying and so silly. And then I just annoyed myself. I just annoyed myself, like, looking it up and like, whatever. Anyway, so I was looking at people going through this book. And I was like, oh my god, like, the first part's kind of, anyway, whatever. And I was just like, they know what they're doing there. Exactly, Kyle! This Colossal collection came out, like, a year and a half ago. And I was like, okay, whatever, it's fine. Still a bit deaf, need to start wearing ear protection. From what? What? Oh, cool! Did you have the best time? Re-release in different sizes and different cut-off points. And then do they sometimes include like a crossover, but not always, or something like this? Like not necessarily a crossover, but something a bit extra. It's annoying! Stop doing it! I'm glad you are, Peachy. Oh, so annoying, Biscuit. They know what they're doing. And we know what they're doing too, but I'm also like, I hate you for it. She jumped into the fans! And I was kind of holding her up there like a child. Oh my god. Michael, it sounds like you had the best time. Are you exhausted? No, Peachy, what are they? I'm looking for some more horrific reference photos. Hi Chris, I'm good, thank you. How are you? An actual goblin? I don't think many people would expect to see that, to be fair. Did you like them? Maybe if I mix like a pink with a red. So I'm the same, Michael. Like, I think when people think of like metal music, they think of like screamo. I don't really like screamy stuff. I'd rather have like more instrumental in my metal music. Your white is almost all gone. I thought that was a wig already. Oh my god, on my hair? This bit. Oh, bless you, Peachy. You're okay. This bit. Here. I've been trying out a center part recently. My baby hair has, I don't know, it's seemingly come back for revenge. It hasn't bothered me in a long time, but it's back now. No, don't know. It's because I keep doing this. It's because I keep playing with my with the center part. I was wondering the other day if I should go get it redone, but Ghost said that it's long enough now that it looks like it's a bit more purposeful. Like it doesn't look like it's gotten to the point where it doesn't really look like roots. It looks like that part of my hair is just like it's meant to look like that. So I felt a bit more comfortable with that. It does annoy me, but I think I might continue to leave it to grow. This has been the growth in like 1 year. So it's taken a year to do that. So can't decide if I should like wait again. I'm just so undecided about it. I want to redo it, but I also know that the upkeep on it is difficult. She doesn't react well. She doesn't react well to gore. Yeah, if you don't react well to gore, even cartoon. I mean, the thing is, though, they're very... I know it's just a cartoon, but they're quite... It's very violent. Make sure it's unhealthy in time for the wedding. That's what I was wondering. Because I don't want it to be, like, that long. So, I don't know. I was wondering the same thing. Yeah, keep it healthy. Well, the wedding has a date. No, I was just thinking about end of next year. So I've got lots of time, but that's just roughly when I was thinking. Yeah, fair biscuit. It's rough. I said what I said. Disadvantage on stealth checks for 24 hours. Yeah, I was so annoyed. I didn't realise. Otherwise, I would have shared the trans makeup look that I did on socials instead of the other one. But wait, never mind. We can still make sure that our trans community members feel loved. And I know you guys are already doing that, so thank you. Chat is Nightmare Support Group. They are. But you know what? I was reading my book that you guys bought for me off my wish list. And I loved the idea of turning your nightmares into artwork, and it was talking about how some of them have come, like some of these nice artworks have come from dreams, and people found them really shocking and stuff before. And I just thought to myself, like, but I have nightmares anyway. Like, that's just something that I have had for a long time, and mostly it's been dealt with, mostly. But then I just thought, why not? Why not? I have nightmares too. I'll turn it into makeup. I'll turn it into like an art. I'll do something with it. I'll turn it into something. Let you guys see what it's like inside my head throughout the only way I can fully express it. I found one of the videos of the chanting. You got there. You got there. You got there. You got there. It's mine now. I'm in charge. Got most of his comic characters from his dreams. Really? Hell yeah. Veggie was like, oh. keep it let's create. Yeah, there's another makeup artist who focuses on it. Meemals. A lot of her makeup looks are her sleep. A lot of them are her sleep paralysis demons. She said it in an interview once. Okay, if you ignore like the burgers and stuff, the ones where her face is like split up, those ones, like when her face like morphs and changes and stuff. Not necessarily like the burger or the food. I think that's where she's just playing. But yeah, like hers are awesome. I've met her before. She's so cool. But not the banana feet. No, you pay attention to those banana feet. A lot of people recreate her work and don't credit her. But her and another artist called Design Day, and they do so many like really cool illusion things. I wouldn't complain, wake up permanently hungry. Impressive that he went to confront him. That's good. Right, Michael, it's like, damn! On my show reel video. What's my show reel video? Oh, it's Pally again. Oh, thank you. I thought you meant on Instagram. Someone had been. Pally, take the mods, refresh. There we go, fixed it. Thank you. I don't know why it does that. It just needs refreshing and then it's fine again. Oh my god, Biscuit, that made me so annoyed. I saw it and I was just not in the mood when I saw it. I mean, you could probably tell. I was not happy. I was so annoyed about that comment. And I was annoyed because I don't know why it really... I think the reason why it just annoyed me so much was just because I was like... Because it's happened before. So can you remember? So chat, there was a silly thing the other day. It was like she thought you were AI. Oh, that's so sad. Well, it was a silly thing that happened before, but it happened again. So anyway, 200 read. I did the video which was like this hand with the collar, this hand with the collar. You mix them up, it makes a different color, and then you transition into a paint. Okay, cool, whatever. And so I did that, and then someone was like, actually, in Japanese, this means that color and that means that color. So next time, get the colors right. And I was just like, it's a trend. And the reason why it annoyed me is because, right, Biscuit. And the reason why it annoyed me was because I have had this before where people got angry at me, and it was the Wolverine and Deadpool video. And the reason, and so I was mad because I did Wolverine, Deadpool, Wolverine, and I painted X-23, which I think we can all agree is not very far away from, right? And then I got all these comments about how I painted Wolverine wrong, about how Wolverine's not blue and yellow, it's black and yellow, and I need to get it right. And then eventually I decided to comment and be like, it's X-23, not Wolverine. Right? Thinking, I know Punisher. Do you know what, Punisher? I know you're going to get a load of it. Anyway, and I was thinking like, these people just don't know, but don't try and correct me when I've spent so long on this and it's, just leave me alone. So I thought that would fix it. It didn't. Then they had a go at me for not using an X-23 and Deadpool sound. Because that exists. So that's why I got really frustrated before, because I was like, but it don't matter. Why does it matter? Like, it doesn't make, it's just a sound. It's just, why does it make a difference? I don't, exactly. And I just got to the point where I was like, I can never win. I just can't win. And I know for a long, I know I've spoken to you guys about this before. I know I should ignore it, blah, 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 blah. I know. And I just saw it one day and I just thought, shut up, just leave me alone. No one can do anything. Chrisabel, how are you? Athlete, hi Chrisabel, how are you? What were you doing on stream today? This is like an entire online person, the body guy. Oh, actually, yeah, exactly. It's so silly. And so I was just a bit like, ugh. Just say it's not Deadpool, it's Ellie, his daughter. I mean, the thing was, I actually painted Lady Deadpool, but no one had a go at me about it. But you see what I mean? It's like a constant thing, so I was just like, whatever. That's going on tangent. Yeah, so that's what, yeah, it really annoyed me. And so somebody was like having a go at me for that, and I was just like, shut up, just leave me alone. Like, just stop. Anyway. And also, Biscuit, I filmed 3 videos like that in the same day. And I was just thinking to myself, like, am I going to get this on every video? Do you know what I mean? I was just not in the mood. And I was just like, oh, go away. Welcome on in, everyone. I'm currently painting my, I had a nightmare last week. Oh my God, chats. There's, I think there's a delivery. I had a nightmare last week, and so let me see if I can see it on the thingy. So I thought I will paint that on myself. I will turn myself into the nightmare that I had. I've lost my phone. I don't know where it is. Where did it go? Where are we? Where is it? No idea. Whatever. Okay, cool. Oh, it's here. Oh well, we like that. Thank you very much. Yeah, I was just like, they just put me in a bad mood. That's all. But I got over it. I was just like, more eyeballs on your Instagram. One giant eyeball on your Instagram. Well, I don't know. I'll have a look later. Critiquing, exactly. Oh, it was just silly and it was annoying and you lot with these eyeballs. I kind of like it. It was just silly and it was annoying, and to be completely truthful, they caught me just in a really bad mood, and I was just like, I'll never win, right? So, and that's all I could think of, and so I was just sat there and I was like, don't respond, and then in the end I was like, I'll never win with you lot. Every day I come on here and apparently I've done something wrong, and sometimes it makes me want to quit or something like that. And but like their response was like, but girl, I like your videos. And I was thinking to myself, like, then act like it. I joined here, did you? Yeah, that was a really fun video, and that was like the first video that I think one of the first videos that Ghost edited for me. He did a good job with it. Were they Valley girls? No. Well, how do I know, to be fair? But I really like that one. I still like it to this day. But yeah, they're the kind of stuff that I was getting on it, and I was just like, oh, shut up. You know what I mean? You know when you just think like, ugh. But a lot of the time, people choose to be disrespectful when they haven't done anything to contribute, like art. Well, you know what I mean? They just sit there as if they're some kind of like art critic for some reason. But yeah, they caught me when I was just not in the mood for it. I had a quick look and was like, oh, leave me alone. And I was like, don't respond. And then I responded to it, and I was like, oh. It's hard not to respond, but yeah, exactly. And you want to stick up yourself too. But yeah, whatever. People could be awful. They were just being boring. Been a while since I've seen good body painting. Who would judge? Hi, Moaning. How are you? Like, oh, more than a flower on a girl's cheek or something. Oh, yeah, but that's usually for a different reason, isn't it? That's usually just like for kids to play in. I've done that at events before. And you just have to accept that, like, there's not really too much that you can really do because those kids are gonna wipe it off or something. Like, you know what I mean? They're gonna, like, run off and play in the mud and such. I wouldn't do it again. I didn't really enjoy it, but yeah, usually you go into that with like a different attitude. But I haven't seen him in over 20 years. Oh, nice. Gonna try and amp up the gross factor, I think, on this. Not sure how, since I've never really painted my own nightmare before. So I'm trying to get reference photos of like nasty eyeballs. We'll see how it goes. But a good challenge nonetheless to paint something that would be so like awful. Let's see. I'm gonna go in with something a bit more intense. I think you guys can only see like a faint bit of red on the eye that I've put on there. So I think I'll just slowly build that up. Hey Hulk, how you doing? Pre-filling out forms for a therapist. Michael, that's really funny. I already have a therapist. Funny thing is I used to have nightmares even more regularly, and she helped me get rid of them. These are like normal for me to have now. Was the eyeball actually in your chest? No, it was in my eye, and I was looking in the mirror like that. And I pulled the hair as I was looking in the mirror, and then it wouldn't move. And then I realized it was wrapped around my whole eyeball. Yeah, that one. It was gross. I know, what an awful, awful, awful dream. But it's fine. I win. Because I'll turn it into a makeup look. So I'm the final winner. It reminds you of Nightmare from Soul Calibur. As in like I had a nightmare. Let me film a little bit more. Thanks for that mental image. Maybe I'll use a flatter brush for this. Oh, it's an icicle. I plan to do an icicle-based makeup look at some point. But I've got to print out what feels like 1,000 icicles. So I've nearly finished this reel of filament. So I've decided, like, when I'm near the end of the reel of filament, I'll just keep printing them out. So I need to print out a bunch of icicles. Whoa, Michael! That's so difficult. Really, Nemo? That's so exciting. What did he print out first? What has he been printing out? Is this Soul Calibur? No, but somebody else just mentioned that, so I don't know what you're talking about. As a thank you, he printed out my VTuber model! Oh, that's so nice, Noonvale! Yeah, no, I had a nightmare. I don't know what you guys are talking about with Soul Calibur. I just had a nightmare. Yes, it hopefully will end up being the hair. I hope it's gonna look okay. If it's supposed to be an eyeball with something in it, my eyes are gonna start watering. Okay, so I'll know if I'm successful with this makeup look if you guys start feeling queasy, I guess. Oh! Bloody hell, X-Haven. That was me for some reason. X-Haven, welcome on in. How was stream? What were you doing today? Thank you so much! How was it? Welcome on in, everyone. My name is Nana Crosseria. I like to classify myself as a stream makeup athlete, and today I'm painting myself with inspired by a nightmare I had last week. So I'm kind of hoping it's going to look really horrible, because it was horrible. Oh, Ray is nice! Having a Do you know what? I didn't think it was that bad until, you know, maybe right this second. Yeah, exactly, Akabu. That horrible nightmare. Where I had like a whole hair, similar to the eyelash, but like a whole hair. Oh, Kyle, that's so rubbish. Sorry to hear that. I really hope you do find something soon, though. Maybe it's one of those things where hopefully in the future we'll see it was like leading you down the right direction instead. But definitely a bit of a damn bummer kind of moment. happen so quickly. It's happened to me multiple times where it's just been so bad, and then that's it. I go for a job interview, and my job interview is at 1 p.m. and then by 3 p.m. they've offered me the job and asked me to start the next day. It's like sometimes it just changes up so quickly. Hi, Fuji! Unfortunately, there it is, there it is. Yeah, Biscuit. That's sometimes what I mean when I say you can often get away with certain things and you learn what you can get away with. Sometimes we overcomplicate a lot of stuff for ourselves, but in a lot of cases, especially like that, it takes you a long time at first because you don't know what you can get away with, but after a while you're like, oh, actually, that's fine. It's totally that. They have to go through the entire process. If they have someone already picked out, so the job I've applied for is at my current school, it's already been decided who they're giving it to. I applied so that I could get in that person's position. Got you. French Stallion! That got held by Automod. And it wasn't even like hateful or anything, it just said smart detection. Hi French Stallion, how are you today? It was like, yeah, it was like, absolutely not. I hope you're well. Yeah, I had this dream last week. Nostra! Thank you very much. 91 months, let's go! I had this dream last week and it was disgusting. I'm really prone to really horrific nightmares. This was actually fairly tame for me. It was disgusting though. And I was looking in the mirror and there was something in my eye and I pulled at it and I realized there was a hair and it was wrapped around my entire eye. So when I pulled on it, it like... And then my iris and my pupil went red, suddenly like that. And then my other eye went like, and then that went red. And then I suddenly had this really horrific headache. And I was like, ah! Anyway, this morning I was reading one of my new art books that chat bought me off my wish list. It was about like dark art, not like gothic, but like real like... a lot of stuff that's like was inspired by like mania and like what anyway, the art of darkness it's called, very dark artwork. And I was reading it. It was talking about how all these artists used to use like their nightmares and as inspiration. And I was like, well, I could do that. So lo and behold, I thought I'll do that today. So you can all suffer with me. So here we are. Hi, Boofly, how are you? Gee, thanks. Welcome to my world, quite literally. Hi, Crimson, how are you? And I thought the mouth was the worst place to find. Oh no! I'll do you one better. It works as therapy to paint your nightmares. Maybe. Maybe it will. I'll let you know in a week. How much filament do I have left? I'm trying to use up all this filament. I'm good. Thank you so much for asking. Did you go to MegaCon? Aw, lovely, Booply. They actually called me over to tell me that they went with somebody else, but because I got a lot of spam calls, if your number isn't in the phone, it gets sent straight to voicemail. Okay, and then this is why it's so annoying in this day and age, because spam has ruined that for us. But never mind, whatever. Oh, you went to DreamHack. Yeah, it seems like it was a super big weekend, right? I know! I saw your Discord post! That's so cool. That's great, Kyle, especially if, like, it feels like, overall, it feels a little bit more positive that they, you know, wanted to also say. They did a great job, like, yay! Oh, that's so cute, Crimson! Oof. They do creator passes. I don't know. I don't know if I want to go, you know. Was DreamHack, was it the first year that they've done it in the UK? It was the first year. Do you think that they would probably do it again? Oh, nice. How was the Artist Alley? That's really nice to hear, Crimson. That's what hay fever feels like. My brick shed door isn't a proper shed door. It's like an internal house door. I guess either the landlord or the previous tenant did it. I've been here for 10 years and now it has started to rot. Like the whole bottom corner is gone. And I can see into the shed, but my landlord told me when I first moved in they're not responsible for anything outside other than the boundary fence. I asked a carpenter for quotes to fit a new shed door. They said £585. Open style shed. Striking. That's uncool and not fair. I think probably like most of that is going to be like the call out fee. But that's a lot of money for a shed door. Was bigger than her. She's only little, very cute. Well, she's known for having a big hat. Right, striking. I wonder if there's something that you can like attach to the front and the back just to like keep it a little bit more shut. But I know it doesn't solve the actual problem. But yeah, that's just so annoying. Oh no, striking. I mean, easily done though, isn't it? DreamHack Blues is you're missing it so much. Oh, that's so nice. It sounds like it was a really amazing, like, positive experience for you. There used to be a bee's nest in there, so I left it over years. Tried finding a beekeeper that would relocate them, but they couldn't promise that they wouldn't destroy it, so I just left it. But I think they're gone now. After 4 years of it being there, they just left. Oh. Bless you, Striking. You always try to be so, like, kind and gentle with everything. I wonder if I can also add in just a bit of grey around this middle bit. Let's see. But they never got aggressive. Aww! That's nice, Striking. It's a shame that they weren't able to, like, properly relocate them, but yeah. I mean, what's the alternative that you like to just throw them out yourselves? Then actually anger them. $28 super noodles! Wow! Sounds like it was a really nice and enjoyable con. What are the, like, vendors and stuff with their Crimson? Oh my god! I got, no, you're fine. Who else was there, like, vendor-wise? If Super Noodles were there, like, who else was there? I just worry because when I laid the carpet in the kids' room, I had a carpet fitter hired, but his van got broken the day before, so I had no tool. I ended up doing it. I said furniture being delivered the next day, and I couldn't do it under the door, so I moved them. Then I couldn't put the doors back on at all, so I had to pay someone to put them back on for me. Okay, but doors are really awkward because you have to hold them and you have to hold them up to put them on. So it's hard if you haven't got the right tools or you don't have extreme strength, especially if the doors are solid. So yeah, doors are quite difficult because you kind of have to. They don't rest on the floor, do they? So what you like drill one in without holding it up, and then that screw is like forever this way, and then it just. There is a little tool that's like a door stop for some doors. I've seen one which is like a thing that you can stand on and like it inflates it. So it like holds it into the right place. Is that the tool that you're looking at? So, but yeah, I mean, like, you know, like if striking doesn't have like these tools, then it makes sense that it would be difficult. It rocks a bit, so you push your foot down. After buying $25, yeah. The brick shed opening is also thinner than a normal doorway, so any door I buy would need cutting to size, or I'd need to make it with planks. But you could specifically probably look for a shed door, no? To see if I could. Norwegian, I did the same thing, but I managed to get it back on. It wasn't without struggle, but I did manage it. But when I was older, I think I did it again and I lost the screws for a while. And I didn't have the heart to tell my dad, so I kind of just balanced it in a way that it looked like I just hadn't shut the door until I could fix it when my dad was at work. I know, that was so silly. Oh, chat, I don't like where this classic music is kind of going, so I'm gonna change it to the oh, let's pick a different one. This one is called Classical Music for When You're on a Deadline. The Mel method. Is a house internal doors. It's got paper, cardboard, corrugated stuff inside it. Oh my god! Okay. No, what? Alright. Yeah, but still annoying though, right? Also, like, since when, as a landlord, can you be like, I know that that shed's mine as well, but I'm not responsible? Hi, Digital, how are you? I'll replace the rotting shed door. Yeah, maybe you can just ask. Because also, it's not like you've pulled it off the hinges, it's just become rotten, so... Oh, I've never heard... Oh, this... Oh, no, I've never heard of that. This old house. So what would they do, like DIY stuff on old houses? Unlock memories. Chat, I lost one of my really fine liner pens and I don't know where I've put it and it's really bothered me. It was really useful and I can't for the life of me figure out where it's gone. William. It's already looking good, thank you. I'm really hoping I can like make it work. Okay, difficult part. Good one, Les Banana. Oh my god, there's somebody at the door. Oh my god, no. He's my neighbour and he's got a really bad thing about gore. Oh, he's leaving, he's leaving, he's leaving, he's leaving. found out today. I know, exactly. I found out today he can't even handle the word blood. It makes him feel crazy. And I was like, wow, I've never known anyone so sensitive. Yes, hello. I know. That, yeah, God, imagine. Yeah. Even the word blood makes him feel sick. That's so sensitive. I've never, yeah. Apparently he's that sensitive about it. That sounds awful. Go say hi. No, but if you like projectiles, it. Right. Anyway, it's fine. Queen, what a relief! Oh my God, I'm so happy for you. What do you have to do now? You stay on Splash Zone. I follow. I'm so sorry. Les Banana, what's new? What's new with your darling puppy? That is so wise. It has information to tell us, despite being literally born yesterday. Shut up, Les Banana. Yes, well done, Les Banana. GG. Queen! Stop it, you'll let out other demons. I'm good, thank you, Swag. How about yourself? Yeah, Queen, I was reading this latest book that you guys bought me off my wish list this morning, and it's called The Art of Darkness, and it was talking about how so many artists before used to use these really horrific nightmares to like fuel their artwork, and how like, but it gives the idea of a tortured artist. But realistically, we can still be artists. But we know the torture doesn't have to be there. Maybe these people have struggled, but they're artists that truly at nature. But you know, the torture doesn't mean that defies them. And they use their nightmares to like create all these like crazy like designs and artwork. And I just looked at it and thought, well, I can do that. Watch me. Boom chat for this traumatic experience. After all these years, no one knows how to done Court 5, but I get... Yeah, oh my God! Oh, I swear you said that one last week. I might not remember much, but I remember that. I like that. It's a good one. It's a good one. deeper red. Do they try for? Oh, I don't remember that. No, I don't remember. Not well, that's striking. That bothers me so much. Sometimes you're searching for something and you feel like you're going insane and you can't find any information on it. And then it just turns out you just keep using the wrong keywords. But then you feel like, but how? How could I have been using the wrong keywords? Like, and sometimes I'll be like, somebody else will search for it and it just comes up and you sit there and you think, well, I'm like an idiot. But I swear. I used to have that happen all the time. Yeah, oh, it's so annoying because it makes you look really stupid, but you just I swear, like this wasn't coming up when I was searching for it. Whoa. And who's that? Striking. so I've heard of him. Me neither, can't be that famous. Just joking. Right, let me just do some quick recording, chat. Who is he? Who is he? You guys have heard of Empress Series 7? We haven't heard of this guy. Always looking cute, correct. I'll blend this out further, I think. I gotta try and work on the iris because I don't want it to look like a cartoon. Mac, the only episode we get to watch is... Yeah, I wonder how many times Nightbot has said that. Have you ever tried to tattoo? No, I'm not really interested. Right, now let's see if we can add a little bit of some highlights into this. Let's go, Absolute. Thank you very much. Hi Kenny, how are you? He was in a lead coffin, but it was body shaped, so there was a word for it. Ugh. And in a place that was unusual, as most buried bodies were in another. It's believed that once he became famous, they may have moved him, put him into a lead coffin to prevent a grave robber was trying to take him. Ugh. That is, yeah, that's so unpleasant, isn't it? It's worse than you think, even with the name. Blech! Cypher sore eyes. Terrible. Does your sibling often send you history facts? It's quite a cute way to share stuff. He came into chat with me recently to tell me about he came into chat with me recently to tell me about ancient Rome politics. That's so cute. Look at you two. He bullies me when we play Repo. Everyone gets bullied when they play Repo though. I think about that a lot, striking about how sometimes I'm always like, oh damn, maybe it would have been cool to have had like a sibling. But then I think you've also got to consider like, you might not have even gotten along. Like, and so in some cases, like, it wouldn't have really made a difference. I think when we think about it, we think of the ideal situation, don't we? Bread fraud? What? Mine is awful, you're welcome to it. Bread fraud? I feel like, have you? So if someone used shit like chalk or sawdust in the loaf, it will be traced back to them. Well, that's horrible. And I look like this. it was a way to reduce costs and use the flour for other things that's provided by the government. Oh my god, that's like drugs where they start putting other stuff in them. Don't do drugs. Very important. Things like cocaine, you don't know what's in there. They could have just filled it with things like talcum powder. Do not do drugs. You don't want to do that sort of stuff. That's crazy. Bakers were the bottom of the bottom in England, and they got paid based on how heavy the loaf of bread was. So many will supplement it with less than edible things. One of the things that got me was like the Sweeney Todd is based on a true story. I can't tolerate my brother. Last time I was to visit my mum was like 2 years ago. My brother still lives with my mum. He just kept picking at my son, who was only 8 or 9 at the time, and it pissed me off so much. He was doing the same things to my son that he complained others did to him when he was growing up. Things like, don't be a girl, especially when you say petty and small, but it's constant. I just had enough, so now I'm polite to say hi, but I don't have any to spend any time with him. It's not just that, he says hurtful things and he never apologises. I'm 41 and I don't want to deal with it anymore. Totally understandable. That sounds so rubbish. It sounds like it's really unfortunate that there's not really been a lot of growth. That sounds really frustrating. Because then you're also like, look, it's one thing when kids pick on each other. Why are you as an adult picking on a child? That's weird. That's weird behavior. Yeah, that's fair. What did your mum say, Striking? Gets to the point where he calls and messages. I'm filled with dread wondering what he's going to say. Oh no. Yeah, that's when you know it's gotten to a point where you're just not... Like, the thing is though, is like your boundaries are like, I'm not dealing with this anymore. I told you that I don't like it and you've consistently done it, so... My therapist was talking about like when you put boundaries like that in place. Wait, she says I'm too sensitive and I just need to let it go. The same thing she's been saying since I was a child. Yeah, that's such a shame when you realise there's been absolutely no growth. I think one of the things that is hard as you grow up is like when you're a kid, you kind of get the impression that like, I don't think you think that your parents can do no wrong, but you definitely look up to them for at least for a long time, don't you? And I think when you become an adult, sometimes you see them, the flaws they are as a human, and you kind of want to help them be like, hey, look, the stuff you learned or you taught me as a kid is actually outdated. Like, this is, you know, this is like new stuff. Like, you know, let's behave better, let's be better, and then to see like the no desire to change that, even when it's for you or for your own kid, then it must hurt. Then it said, when I'm gone, you two will need each other. I replied, no, he will need me because he does nothing and you do everything for him. But I won't be replacing you. I look forward to my solitude. Wow, Striking. Thank you very much, Tony. Thank you. That's good that you put those boundaries in place. But then also Striking, and I hope this doesn't sound like I'm, you know, kind of like being too involved. But does that not suggest that they've spoken and they're under the impression that, like, he'll just go to you? The way that it was presumed, like, well, Like, I don't want to lose my mum in her final years. She's 64 now. That's understandable. But the thing is like how do you paint backwards? Oh, I'm just looking in a mirror. Have you done this before? I did have an eyeball phase at one point. Runehilda mentioned it before. I made it clear that it won't happen. Oh, well, that's good. Yeah, I think that sounds really tough. But my therapist was explaining, like, with a boundary, especially like what you've said there, is like, you've said, do not do this. And the way that she said is a good way to visualize a boundary is like, imagine you've got like a gate, and the gate says minefield, do not enter. Some people just go in and dance, and they set off all the mines, but you put the gate there, you put the boundary there, which was the warning, and when all the mines go off and you blow up and you start having, and they start facing consequences, then that's it. But you were warned, and there was a gate there to be like, don't do this. So, as if that wasn't even more impressive. I feel like it's not. It's just here. I told her if she was it wouldn't be in my. If he wasn't your brother, I wouldn't believe that. Oh my god, we wouldn't have him in your life at all. Yeah, like at the moment you just tolerate him, right? And he's a pre-diabetic, which is unfortunate, but due to his behavior, it's not your responsibility. I love that analogy. Yeah, it's a good way to put it, I think. Be like, there's a warning sign. I will do X, Y, and Z, which is the mines blowing up. Do not enter. And some people will open the door anyway and go in. And then they face the consequences of their actions. You wouldn't do that to a minefield, would you? You'd be like, oh my god, it's a minefield. Don't go in there. But some people think it's fine. And so if that's how they feel, you warned them already. So be it. There's the consequences. My god, you really got me with that one. Thank you so much. Thank you. Goodness me. Thank you very much. But that's so crazy, Carl, because I haven't changed anything. I've done nothing, and they've all become like it's like the volume's just changed. For what? Why? Crimson. We've got it all today, Viking. When he started Monarch, I regret it. I do love him, but he'll never change. I heard it once before. I respect you as my family member. Sorry, I recognize you as my family member, but I don't respect you for it. And I think that's sometimes a good way to describe how you have the kind of relationship that you have with certain family members. Like, no, like I recognize it, but it doesn't go any further than that. Good, Majin. I hope I can make it look a bit better. But I don't respect you. Yeah, fair. I mean, I know people are like, oh my god, so harsh, but like in some cases, like, it's just the way it is. Like, you know, sometimes you haven't been given respect yourself, and let me quickly film. Yeah. I sound heartless. No, you really don't. You sound like you've been dealt a certain... Okay. Sometimes I kind of see the way I see it, and I know I'm not like wise beyond my years or anything. I know that. Sometimes I see it as if like you get dealt a certain hand. They're the cards you've been dealt. How are you going to play them? The cards you sound like you've been dealt sound like you haven't really had the most supportive family. So what are you going to do? Are you just going to like take it? Or are you going to put boundaries in place, and if they cross them then cut them off? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, that's just the way it is. It's unfortunate, but my dad was similar to my brother in a way that in a way we didn't live with him, but when he came to visit he didn't care that I was there. You know, on my 12th birthday he sent my brother out somewhere, left me at home. Then when we got older and needed help, he lived with my brother for a couple months, but then my brother kicked him out. So I had him at mine, and I changed the dining room into a bedroom for him. But then he did to my kids what he did to me as a kid, shouting at every night. So I had to find him a sheltered accommodation because I didn't want that for my kids. Yeah, fair. That's understandable. Sometimes it just is the way it is, you know? Yeah. And also, like, having... I agree with Queen, like, having the strength to be like, I'm gonna find you somewhere else, this isn't working out. That sounds tough. No, striking, I don't think it sounds that bad, honestly. It sounds completely fine to me. I'm not like, oh my god. You know what I mean? And, you know, sometimes I think sometimes you just need to just let it out, you know? And we were on topic anyway, so it's totally fine. Yeah, striking. It sounds like it was hard. And honestly, striking, you don't know. Like, there could be somebody who lurks, who's probably like, oh my god. I'm just really hoping that I can make it look like how it felt, you know? When I was talking to my mum about it, she said that I was going to hurt him so much. Okay, literally, what about you? When I was sister disowning him before, maybe 10 years ago now, my sister set firm boundaries. Anyone who didn't, also cut him off. She cut him off, so I haven't spoken to my sister in all the time either, and I hate that. I've only spoken to my older niece because she's an adult now and moved out of her mum's house. Does it sound like you've got more in common with your sister? Or did she like cut everyone off because of him? Is that... Sorry, this is like, I feel like I'm asking way too personal questions. None of us are perfect. No one is though. We're all a mess. Got you. Yeah, honestly, it sounds like you're just making the best out of what you can. And like, if people have been like mean and not and unkind, then like, what can you do? Like, you don't want to let them back in, do you? She cut you off because of your brother. Damn. That's such a shame that like now you don't get to speak to your sister because of that, you know what I mean? But it is what it is. Oh, got you striking. Well, I guess, you know, in a way, maybe she also felt like you might give updates on what she was doing, so it wouldn't have been like a complete cut off. Even though I'm not saying you would, but like, there was clearly, you know, a lot of stuff going on. Because I've thought that about people before of like, well, if you cut off one person, you kind of got to cut off both. Because then one person will just feed updates to the other. Last time we spoke, she told me about a health issue she was having, and I did tell our mum. Okay, got you. Yeah, so she probably was just like, no way. Which then, you know, I guess fair enough. It's a shame, but... So maybe she was right to come here. Yeah, good question though, Queen. It could have been that. Hi, LSM. How are you doing today? What does cheek up mean? very angry at my brother, but like, I've been recently, so I can understand what she did, but I'm too chicken to fully with it because I don't want to lose my mom. I mean, also fair. But it's so complex, connected to people for reasons beyond your chemistry. With them as a recipe for a challenge sometimes, isn't it? Like, exactly. Like, it's easy to cut friends off because you can be like, well, I don't want to deal with that again. But like, family makes it complicated. And I also think there's a level of guilt as well with family. But another thing is there's like role entitlement, which is the like, I'm your, I don't know, mother, you know, and as if like, just because you have this role means they're entitled to know everything, they're entitled to like, and I think the role entitlement is something which a lot of people really struggle with as well. Because then I think people are quite accepted of like, oh yeah, fair enough. There's the role entitlement, I think, gets a lot of people. A generational difference and culture difference, yeah. It's happened to us where like a certain person of the family has become more disrespectful because they've married someone who a lot of the family deemed to be disrespectful. But now what's happened is instead of them sorting out this family member, their partner, they've become more like them. So then people start isolating both. And then obviously it's like, oh, you know, what's going on? And you're a bit like, people don't like this behavior. Right, and so it's difficult because you're like, I don't know, you've kind of like ended up doing this and like, we don't like it. So sometimes that happens too as well, isn't it? It does become tricky. Like, Queen's absolutely like, right, it's just, sometimes it's just really messy. I remember well as much. She used to want to know what I was doing and who I was with. And yes. Like one generation or group might think it's correct to have grandparents screaming at the grandchildren over petty things because they're elders and what say goes by like principle. Yeah, and it's like, and another generation might be like, just we're trying to be, you know, not do that. And it's very, it's hard. I don't think any of it sounds like it's easy at all. And then like when you have like your own kids involved, I can't imagine how much more difficult that is. Others have different approach, ideals clash. Yeah, exactly. Jackpot. But yeah, I think it takes a lot for me to think someone's heartless, to be honest. I'm not necessarily just saying that to try and make you feel better striking, but like, yeah, sometimes you're, you know, in a situation like where you're a bit like, okay. Regret, but I couldn't think of anything else. You're fine. So yeah, I'm currently trying to research how to make sure my two kids remain friends. They are 11 and 18. Yesterday, sat on the sofa and I heard them say, I love you too, and it melted my heart. But then an hour later, they were arguing and breathing this about breathing. I think that's pretty normal. From what I mean, I don't have a sibling, so I can't guarantee it, but I think that sounds pretty normal. are you, Jackpot? How's back to school been with your kids? Mum had to separate us a bunch. Things are moving. In a good way? Hi, Yanks. How are you? I'm okay. How are you? I'm hungry. Not really. Sounds like placement is almost definitely going to be going on for a time at a time. This placement is longer than usual. And Mum isn't doing what she's supposed to do. What do you mean? Oh, got you. That's hard. Yeah, Yanks, I had this nightmare last week. Isn't it gross? It wasn't on like my chest though, it was on my actual eye. Jackpot, no, you're always welcome to. I genuinely don't mind. I mean, I was the one who literally asked you. So I treated myself to crying to your name last night. Oh, Jackpot! Most of the trouble emails, the things were limited, so we all got punished. I don't physically punish my kids at all, and so far they have been honest with me about anything. Whew, yeah, that's a brutal thing to do. I hate each other. I don't know what happened, but it ended up so one of them. Oh my god! Zero, that's crazy! My daughter just keeps telling everyone else, I'm not your best friend anymore. She had her other friend from daycare come over last night, and her friend did that a couple of times. And they haven't spoken to each other again. Wow. I mean, I'm not sure I would speak to somebody again if they sent me that in the post, to be fair. Hi, Star Wars lady, how are you? I do plan to come out to the 12-year-old because I have zero plans to bind all summer. Understandable. I really hope that goes well for you. We're always rooting for you. Did it? Oh my god, maybe that's why. Maybe that, because my alerts were so loud today. Maybe that's what happened. Star Wars lady, my neighbor just came to the door with a parcel. And I found out today. It did, thank you. I found out today that they're so squeamish that the word blood makes them feel nauseous. And I was like, I'm not going. I'm not answering the door. I know, I've never heard of it being that bad. Like they're that, like the word blood will make them start feeling ill. Because his dad was like, we can't say the B word. And I was like, bitch. Blood. Oh. Buy a cup of sugar. Oh my god, like that projectile on me. Poor guy. That, yeah, I know. Imagine that. God, it'd be so sensitive. It's like Jasper from Twilight. Oh my gosh, Star Wars Lady, you are flying through these books! Star Wars Lady, do you think it's better than Throne of Glass? It's not. Okay. I'll stick with my other stuff. I remember in school science class, my legs would turn to wobbly jelly watching the blood cells rush through the veins on the TV. I'm much better with it now. My niece split her head open when she fell off the scooter. My stomach was turning, but I had to be strong for her as she was terrified, bless her. But that helped me be better with it. Oh my god, you had to go through like exposure therapy for it. But it's also much more fairy based. So oh yeah, probably not. Thank you for knowing me well enough to notice what to say. Both of you, thank you. Series gets better the more you read, but I haven't read Throne of Glass. Okay, I kind of feel like a lot of people say that Throne of Glass is a bit like slow. Yeah, I think ultimately I have to be very accepting that I don't really like this sort of fantasy stuff. I think I keep trying and I just really don't like it. It's the exact same. Oh, really? I think I keep trying to like fantasy and I really don't like it. I think I need to be more honest with myself. Not the romance fantasy. No, I think I don't mind things like vampires. I like, you know, like darker fantasy, I guess. I don't mind stuff like that. But I think when it comes to like fae and stuff, I'm a bit like... Hi DJ, how are you doing? I'm fit. Shut up. Jackpot. Sci-fi or urban fantasy? Oh, maybe yes. Yes, actually, I think you might. I think, yeah, probably. like it's difficult to say because I haven't read that much, right? So it's hard to be like, ah, yes, this is what I like. But yeah, I keep trying to like fantasy, but I keep reading it, and I just feel like I just keep getting a bit frustrated with the whole thing. Which is on me for like consistently trying to read the same thing over and over again. You're a sucker for what do you classify as like hard sci-fi versus sci-fi? It's not a genre for everyone. Totally understandable. I think I mean, if I'm completely honest, I think I probably was feeling a bit FOMO Chat, this baby hair is driving me insane. I used to have baby hair all the time, and then you lot were like, just grow it out. So I did, and then it disappeared, and now for some reason it's been back. Why is it back? It's driving me crazy. Yeah, fair queen. I didn't realise it was released out of order. I thought it was going to be like Star Wars. I didn't realise. Damn, Jackpot, that's so annoying. You have new hair? Yeah, it seems like it. My hair's growing there. The baby hair that's I just get on my forehead. CS Hope. Oh, bless you. You know what? Maybe, but it just sticks to my forehead. Huh? Peachy, sorry if you saw that repost. Oh my god, no, I missed it again. I'm so sorry, Peachy. That's totally on me. I think hard sci-fi is more like scientific theory and sci-fi. Oh. No, I didn't. Oh, okay. Interesting. Yours sticks up in the air like a little budgie. I think I'd rather have that. I don't know. We just want what each other has. I didn't know there was much of a difference. I mean, to be fair, I didn't know there was much of a difference between like different types of fantasy either, did I? So. Backrooms trailer dropped today. Is that the film? It's all the way around the hairline. It's like 3 or 4 inches long now. But yeah, it's too short to pin down. I have blonde hair, so I use the gel hair so it makes it look dark. Ah! Can't win! Yeah, it was all... Yeah, do you know, another thing was to me was like the... Ow, I just banged my teeth together. Was like goth. How people think of goth, but then there's like dark academia, there's romantic goth, there's cyber goth, like, and it goes into so many subcategories as well. I learned that a few years ago and was like, that actually makes more sense though. Because I think a lot of people, they think of goth as this one thing. Whereas like, I wouldn't say that I was a goth, but I think that I lean towards more like romantic goth vibes, but I'm not like but I wouldn't say I was a goth. Do you know what I mean? Like, but obviously people just want to use labels, but I think that was interesting of how it was categorized. Is there a derpy goth? I don't know. There's lots of like cutesy stuff. I hope this is going to work. Okay. No offense, but like, good. Saucy. Skull Queen, thank you very much. Thank you for 45 months. Thank you. I think he was just permanently confused, to be honest with you, Zero. She looks up to herself. Shut up. You were gonna say it as well, chat. Wait! Have you thought of another? No, I can't do cartwheels. Still, no, I can't do them. Oh my god, chat, yesterday when I was at my parents' house for my dad's birthday. So I was doing the jigsaw puzzle because the jigsaw puzzle is just like a thing now, okay? Anyway, so I was doing the jigsaw puzzle while I was there, and it's like a picture which is a bunch of buildings, a bridge and a railing. And my dad was like, but when I got there, my mum hadn't done the edges, right? Another puzzle, yeah, I know. My mum hadn't done the edges, but she was trying. So I did the edges with my mum. I hate doing edges on puzzles. I find them so annoying, but whatever. It would be the ultimate eye roll. Jackpot! Fair enough, good jackpot. So anyway, it took me ages and I sorted it out. So then I was sat there and I started doing, naturally, the railing. And my dad was like, don't do the railing! I want to do the railing! And then I was like, I'm doing the railing! And then my dad was like, I'm going to do it! Anyway, so the way that my parents do puzzles is they separate all the pieces out. And like things that look like a railing, they'll put in like a big open box, and like the stuff that looks like the sea, and like they separate them all out, right? Anyway, my dad was like shouting, I want to do the railing! It's my birthday! I should be able to do the railing! And I was like, sit here and do the railing! And he was like, stop doing the railing! Anyway, in the end, the thing is like, we're like children. We're all like children. So he took the box that had all the railing pieces in it, and I don't know, it just disappeared. So I was trying to act not bothered but then I was also a little bit like, well, I don't know what to do now. I don't want to separate out all the buildings. So I was just using what I had. Anyway, and then my dad was like pretending that he like hid the box upstairs. He was like, oh, it's up, I've hidden it. And so I went upstairs trying to look for this stupid box, right? And then I went downstairs and my dad was like, clown, of course I didn't hide upstairs. I can't believe you fell for it. Anyway, so I carried on doing the railing with the pieces I had. And he was like, stop doing the railing! I want to do the railing! And I was like, I'm doing the railing! And then in the end, I was like, and I said to Mum, I was like, can you please go find this box? And she was like, I don't know where he's put the box. And I was like, can you please go find the box? Anyway, at the same time, my mum was like, I'll do the dishes. Nobody do the dishes. I want to do the dishes, right? And so I was like, I can help you do the dishes. And she was like, no, I want to do the dishes only. It's my kitchen. Leave me alone. And then she came in to say something to me. And then she had the tea towel in her hand that she was using to dry the dishes. And my dad tried to take it from her to do the dishes. And my mum was like, no, I'm doing the dishes. So like, she was like, stop it. Leave it. Like we're literally like a group of children. Anyway, and then Ghost is like, anyway. So then I was like, where the hell is... Anyway, so I was like looking for this box with all the railing pieces in it. And then, because my dad was watching TV, But for some stupid reason, they spent all this money on a sofa and they both sit on the floor because they said the sofa was too expensive. So he was sat on the floor in front of the sofa, and it's like a sofa and then a footstool, and then my dad was sat in front of it, right? So I was like, I looked underneath it and I saw this box. He had hidden it under the footstool and was sat in front of it. And so I was like laid on the floor trying to reach it with my arm like this, and I was about that far away. And the thing is like, you know what, I was really trying so hard not to laugh at how ridiculous this situation was. And my mum was trying to distract my dad by just continuously talking to him. And then I think I made a noise because I couldn't reach it, so I was trying to use something else to turn this stupid box. And then my dad turned around and saw that I was like halfway under the sofa trying to grab this stupid box, and and he was like, no! And then he was trying to hide it, and then anyway, I did the railing. I thought Ghost wasn't there based on him not being involved. He's just sat there. He's just sat there like, okay. But then my dad has the nerve at the end of the day to be like, if you haven't done enough puzzle pieces, I'm not letting you go home. He was like, I'm coming to inspect the puzzle, see how much you've done. And then was like, thank you, you've done quite a lot. You're really bad politics. Yeah. And then my dad doesn't like making a fuss about his birthday, which is fine, a lot of people don't. But my mum bought this like fruit flan, and I was looking in the cupboard where they keep their candles, and I could only find a 2, a 1, a 9, and a 50. So I just stuck them all into the cake until this fruit flan, until they made 63 if you added them all together. And my dad kept trying to come in the kitchen, so I just kept shouting at him. There's just a lot of shouting that happens. And so I kept shouting at him to go away. And then when I came in and singing happy birthday, he was just looking at what I was presenting to him like. I wonder if there's a freeze frame with it. So the candle stuff ended up looking like that. And then one of them started falling over. So there's the 9, the 1, the 50, and then a 2, and then another 1. That's where my dad, underneath there, but further down was where my dad hid all the jigsaw stuff. Stupid. And then Ghost went in, Ghost went into the kitchen drawer to get a fork to eat the flan, and found a fork that was like this. And he brought it in and was like, what happened? And then I asked, and then I was like, what happened to this fork? And my dad was like, I don't know what you're talking about. And my mum was like, it's fine, leave it alone. We've all got one like that, right? And then anyway, my dad was like, I don't know. And I think he just wasn't really listening to me. Anyway, and then I was getting ready to go, and then my dad saw the fork and was like, what the hell happened to this fork? And my mum was like, leave it alone, it's mine. And then my dad was like, no, you can't keep that. He was like, we can't keep this. And then I was like, oh my gosh, like my mum was like, I'm gonna bend it back, and then started trying to find a bunch of pliers. And then my dad was like, don't do that, weigh it in. Weigh it in and give it to the people who collect metal. Your level of problem solving is unmatched. I was like, give it to the scrap metal people. And then my mum was like trying to bend it with a tea towel and a pair of pliers. I don't know. Oh my God. I don't know. It's just honestly, I think sometimes it sounds like I make it up, but no, my family's just manic. Does it make sense why I get tired? I'll just lie down when he comes home after a trip with your parents. Just goes a bit quiet. He always just says like, you're literally all crazy. Like this, you're all like it. You're all crazy. Are you planning on adding tiers? I thought so initially, but I'm not sure if I will now. I did the railing in the end. In the end, I did the railing, much to my dad's frustration. And do you know what we had for dinner? A barbecue. And I think like 5-degree weather. Tears of Blood would be metal. I considered it at first, but yeah, I'm not 100% sure what I'll do. Oh my god, yeah, no way, striking, no way, yeah, get rid of that. Thank you, Patty! How do you write a good cover letter? You've got to pretend you're really cocky. But mostly, I think essentially read the job description and answer the job, and as if it's like questions, and include that in your cover letter. As a kind of questionnaire, yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. Don't forget to aura farm and fax max. You have to put yourself in the position of someone that's going to be doing the hiring, what they'd be looking for. Yeah, so essentially, like, treat the job description as like a checklist, and you know, go through it and like naturally. Don't necessarily be like, and like this one and this one and this one, but yeah. Am I going to get to TwitchCon this year? No. Like a fanfic of you and the employer. No way, Patty! That's crazy! From the like billboard stuff. Giant Mel. Yeah, that's crazy. Oh, that's so nice. Thanks, guys. It was such a nice opportunity. I don't think I'll ever get that opportunity again. So I'm really grateful that I was able to do it. She lied to her! I did. That was a cold lie. They're cute that they thought I was cool. Aww, striking. On a Blade Runner style billboard. It was crazy, to be honest with you. Because while you get featured, there's no like guarantee that you're going to be like everywhere or anything, right? And I didn't expect that, so I was quite shocked to see like how often I had been used. The eye is looking glossy. Good. When it was Nightmare produced, yeah, exactly. That's so weird. Oh, that would be a cool photo. If it's like that. Oh, maybe it's kind of freaking looking. I'm gonna have a nightmare tonight. disgusting how happy I am about this. Yay! Yeah, we're gonna all talk about it. Do you have a massive eyelash for the eye? I'm going to paint them on. Hi, Mez. How are you? That really is nightmare fuel. Actually, Mez, this is a nightmare I had. So I was just reading about how a lot of artists used to use their nightmares to make artwork, and I just thought, I can do that. Hold my drink. I'm so glad you're sharing this with the rest of us. Wait till I paint my other nightmares. No, just joking. Why are you painting Chad dead? Do you write down? You just remember them? I just tend to remember them. Trying to forget them. Or chat, are you guys good at remembering your dreams, or like, do you tend to forget them really easily? Really, Yakabu? Actually, come to think of it, I remember mine too. I never thought about that before, that you remember your first nightmare. The corner of the eye is so good. Thank you very much. I think I'm going to change the shape of the eyelid. I'm not satisfied with it, but I'm just gonna leave it for now. I'm wondering if I'm wondering how I'll feel about it in like 10 minutes. You remember a few here and there, you rarely remember yours. You forget mine mostly. You remember a few of the strange ones. Yeah, I dream quite a lot. I just tend to remember a lot of them. I have had a few nightmares. Some of them really well. I found me so bad. I went to see my doctor because I was thinking about it. I had tonsillitis, and he said that's why I had such a bad dream. I have since had my tonsils removed, and in fairness, I've not had. Whoa, that's so weird. I did, Yanks, and I wasn't even able to post all of my photos. Thanks, Hoggy. How are you today? I wasn't even able to post all of them on that post because I was limited to a maximum of 20. With a Slenderman, he jammed his hand under my ribs and picked me up that way, and it hurt a lot. Dwayne, that doesn't sound nice. Right, I think this top part is the bit that I am not feeling fully satisfied with. I'm gonna just change the angle of the eyelid. I had this over a week when I was a kid. Monster was trying to kill me after the 6th, 7th day. I said I had enough of this and fought back, and it wasn't very nice to the monster. It had a nightmare. And I haven't had a nightmare since. That's so weird, isn't it? Yeah, it's like I'm gonna fall. I either don't do it or I'll full send it. When I was in the area I used to live being flooded, and I was being chased by giant greenhouses full of plants. Doctor Strange stole my idea, which, to be fair, suggests it probably wasn't the most original one. But I always used to think, and sometimes I like the idea of thinking it, that the dreams that we have are us in like another life, and you just kind of like, it's like a window, and you get to see that part of yourself. And sometimes I feel like when we have deja vu, that's like you in another part of, like you in another parallel world, like experiencing or like having that dream, but it's you. And your mug! He stole my mug too! Oops. Was me falling out my attic hatch and falling down the stairs, broke my arm, could see the bone and everything. Had to go get my kids from school. I'm glad, so I walked to their school to get them so they could come with me to the hospital. No way, that's great. Okay, oh my god, this is a really bad situation, but first things first. Hi, Back Schools, how are you? Oh, the universe me has been chased by many monsters. It might be the same one person. You're just consistent. Maybe you're like a monster hunter or something in another one. I'm good, thank you. I'm excited about trying to do something a bit more realistic today. It's a bit tricky, but I feel like I'm getting somewhere. And otherwise my daughter being kidnapped at the harbour. Samantha took her paw in a boat, so maybe away I couldn't get to her. That was one that messed me up. Oh my god. That sounds like it would be really distressing. But every time I changed something to help me catch him, he changed something to get away. Eventually I got bored and forced myself to wake up as a reset button. Oh, eventually you got bored. Yeah, so sometimes I think it's, I don't know, I sometimes feel it's like a bit more like whimsy, and I wake up and I'm like, Jesus Christ, hope she's alright. I think I've seen some of your work on your show. I have. I did the mask, but it was like, there was like a tie flying across here, and I had like a waistcoat on, and it was like, and there was like, it was inspired very much by like Zatanna, Superman, Clark Kent-ish, and the Joker, and I like mixed them all together. I actually posted a video today about about like me talking about that paint. It's very impressive. Thanks so much. The mask one was really fun. It's it was nice and silly one. Thanks so much, Yanks. Thank you. I will say though, I'm getting a bit confused because you know how I've been like posting here, there, and everywhere, and I post different stuff on different things. I've definitely been feeling like I've accidentally favoured Instagram a bit too much, and I realised some of my other platforms I've completely forgotten about, like YouTube. So I'm trying to make sure I post there as well. With the Barbie, yeah, Ken. I think they're nice to just talk about, you know, like the plan that I had and like why I did certain things. Makes the paint like live a little bit longer. I'm so sorry. Is it all right if we please have it in English only because we can't moderate it? The way the eye moves on your skin is such an interesting effect. Do you think? Oh, damn, I still haven't messaged. Well, I'll try to figure out how to message Knee Beans about that translation bot. Yeah, you guys mentioned it. I was going to look into it to try and see if I can add it. Mobot? I don't know. I don't know. Chat just told me about it, so I was going to look into it and ask her. They seem to be names of songs. Oh. No idea. Not that advanced yet. We've learned some new slang in the last week, Viking. Which all of us didn't know until, I think, Thursday. Fresh slang. What was my main inspiration to start makeup art? Just play. Just play with it. No cat. Oh, Yanks, that's an interesting one. Okay, I'll have a look into that. I've joined some other ones, which is like, if you tick this box, it means you're a bot. So don't tick this box, press continue. And I thought that was interesting because obviously they'd be like, yes, 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 yes. Yeah, I didn't think about that. That's a good one. Good point. Right striking, it's so silly. Yeah, so apparently that helps. Mr. Piggy! Hey, you guys. Hi, Mr. Piggy. I hope you're doing okay today. Bye, Bicycles. Thanks very much. Have a good day. Bye, Patty. Oh, that eyelid shape is so much better. I call it as an ultra rare print. Thank you very much. I think it's nice to talk about them, and with every paint that I've done, I have been like, this is what I did, blah, 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 blah. I started doing it as a way to just get maximum like videos out of one look, but then it ended up being a good thing anyway, because it makes it easier for like, I think it makes it easier for people to realize that it's not AI, despite the fact that that's annoying and it shouldn't really be an issue. But at least, you know, it's out there. And also it's kind of nice to talk about, like, you know, why you made certain decisions and such. I was happily playing in a shadow monster. I didn't have the vocabulary to describe it as a demon, but he put his hand on my chest and stole my hope and joy, which were like glowing orbs. And it got like a 2D pixelated steam train, which sounded and looked like it was from a C64 game. So I was using everything I liked to steal what I needed through it to get through life. Oh my god, that sounds so scary for a kid. It's already tomorrow. Good night, Viking. Join us tomorrow for some more information on things like mogging. Just kidding. No, Mez, of course, don't worry. What are you cooking today? Star Wars Lady, I've seen that you've sent me some texts and the topic of them. Thank you. I really appreciate that. It's a lot quicker than I thought you were gonna get around to it. I really was not expecting that fast. Thank you. I said you like 100, but just ignore them for now. Thank you, I appreciate it. Pasta with red sauce for my second favorite pasta shape. Had to be bucatini. At the moment, my local shop only has penne, the tube pasta, penne in the affordable option. All the other ones, they're like luxury pasta shapes, and I don't really like penne anymore. I've had it so many times. I want a different pasta shape. It's not affordable. What happens when you moggy? Carver Tappy? I don't know this one. Dun, 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 dun. Ooh, that's the one that looks like macaroni. Oh my god, chat, did you see Megan Thee Stallion's latest TikTok video? Okay, look, if you don't follow anyone on socials, honestly, I recommend, she comes up first for me when I post something, and she makes me laugh so much. I love her videos. She posted a video today that she rescued a dog, and I just. Chester time. Well, yeah, she posted that she rescued a dog. And she was like saying that she only just found out yesterday. She didn't know that if they can't rehome a dog, they put the dog down. She was like, no, give them to me. And the comment section, anyway, so she's now adopted a dog. And the comment section was full sending me. They were like, I'm also homeless, Megan the Stallion. They were like, Megan the Rescuer. And somebody else was like, I identify as a stray. Someone was like, don't tell my pit bull that the other option was Megan the Stallion. They're all so funny. They were like, oh my God. There was like people posting pictures of pit bulls being like, yeah, so my mom's Megan the Stallion. They're all so silly. They're really funny. She was like, I don't know what type of dog this is. He's called Tiger. They're so cute. I wonder how. I think she only has the one, but I think now she's found out about it. Well, people were saying like maybe you could use the money to like open a shelter for dogs which are going to be like put down until they can get like a home, and if not, then you can just look after them. She is really funny. I love her. She's so entertaining. I'd like to go back to Italy again and try some of their pasta again. Now with like an adult mouth, I'd like to just enjoy it more. You know what I mean? And my wish list will be like books and fancy pasta shapes. You can't deny it, Star Wars Lady. Going back to revisit foods with an adult mouth is a game changer. Yeah, definitely not striking. They've got machines for that. Is that it, striking? I'm assuming you mean... Wait, when you say 00 flour, what does that mean? I don't think I've ever seen that. I mean, I'm not really a baking person, so it may make sense. I'm like, I have no idea what that is. Same striking. I'm like, oh. I'm trying to use up the rest of the filament roll. So I'm just printing out those icicles again. What? No. Oh my God. I would love to hear his reasoning as to like why he thought his flat was an appropriate place to have a tiger. How did he get hold of the tiger in the first place? Bought it off the internet or something. That's crazy. That's really crazy. I know it's like the film, Madagascar. But like sometimes I sit there and I'm like, it's kind of weird that in central London there's gorillas. There's like gorillas, there's penguins. What else is there? Giraffes. They're there. They're just in London. Camels. And it's really strange when you think about it. No, it is really weird. Sometimes when I'm walking down like Oxford Street, I think, I don't want to go too close. Might be lions. Big animals there. Good night, Kings. Thank you for spending your time here. Oh my God. You're right, Zero. The elephant in the room, but it's London. Wildfire. It was on like, it was on one of those like Neighbours from Hell shows, right? So it's probably fake. But the only one I can remember, I remember thinking it was so gross, was a guy got arrested because there was such foul smells coming from his apartment. And people didn't know what it was, and it was really bad. And people were suspecting like terrible things were happening. Or he was taking part in it. Anyway, it turned out he was trying to self-teach taxidermy. Which I'm like... So yeah, he actually just had a bunch of dead animals in there that he was, Oh, sugar, I was meant to go live on TikTok, wasn't I? Will I get told off? We'll see. Let's see if I get banned. Aww, really? We just got to go live for a little bit, chat, just to make sure we try to improve our TikTok account. Quicker than I thought it would be, Zero. Before he worked out how to do the process of preserving, yeah, he was just like gonna just teach. He was just teaching himself at home. Oh. Winchester. Oh my god! Why does it send me so many notifications? It's so annoying. On here, I was just trying to make the colour correct and deepen the shadow on TikTok. I wonder if I can show you guys. Isn't this crazy? Hang on. See if I can window capture it. Look at how crazy this is. I can contour my body to make it seem more slender. So I guess if I, yeah, how crazy is that? Well, I didn't know this was here before. If I stand up, oh, I think it can't pick it up because of the corset I'm wearing. Leg length, face, smooth, face shape. Look at that. That's messed up. Isn't that crazy? I was just trying to change the colour. Look at how slight that is, but it does make a difference. Look at the difference in that. It told me it would be better to have 60 FPS because it'll be able to pick it up better. Look at that. So if I was to max out all of the settings, and I could look like a different person. But that's weird. Look, I look more like an alien. I look like an alien. And then I can put... It's seemingly like I can put... Oh wait, hang on. Can I scroll further down? Oh, more settings. Look at that. That one seems like it's struggling a little bit more with that, but like, surely if I just... Same Yanks, isn't that crazy? It makes sense why a lot of people really feel like... the beauty standards are completely unattainable. Look at how fake all of this is. This is in real time. So it kind of goes to show you how all of this, look at that. Look, it goes to show you how fake. You cannot believe a lot of stuff that you see online, especially when people are pushing beauty standards. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, Yakubu, yeah. And the thing that so it looks like I can just put a filter on. Right, so then I can change the color grading. But then look, it automatically has like blush on the end of my nose and like on my lips, look. Okay, so that's that one. Look at that one. I'm pretty sure my mouth shape has changed. My lips don't look like that. I don't even know what's different on here, and that's stressing me out because I'm like, what is it? Like, hazel. I can change my eye color in real time. Look at this. Yeah, look at that. The little blush on the nose. Look at that. The thing is, as well, is if I just talk and like actually move around, like you can't tell. Let's make it bigger. Like that. The thing is like if we're here now, you might be able to tell a little bit now. But look, there's no lag. I look like this. I do not look like that. But there's no lag on the TikTok live. Oh, look, you can catch it that way, look. But I think it won't be long until you can't catch it. Yeah, like there's no lag. It just exists, look. And it told me to put it in 60 FPS so that it would be better. It is, yeah, look at that. Bring it, look together. Yeah, striking. Have you seen that it's really common for a lot of people to bring filters of themselves for cosmetic surgery? I just can't. Some of them are so slight as well, so I can give myself stubble. Oh my god! I can give myself stubble? So these Giga Chads. Look at that. It's following me. That's actually really accurate, look. Think of the RAM. No, spam. This isn't AI. This is just a filter. Isn't that that's crazy? Oh my god! In the top corner, it says it says. Hang on a minute. It says AI optimize. I don't know what it does. I don't want to press it because I don't. But that's the situation. That's the situation that we currently have with TikTok Live. Everything can be changed. I feel like the face smoothness is the least bad one, because I feel like that reminds me of like airbrushing, etc. I agree with you, Shindig. That to me kind of reminds me of that, but like too much, and I just look like I'm a piece of plastic. Like I look like a Barbie doll. Yeah, look, I can completely change. Look at the difference. Look at the difference between TikTok version me, like if I wanted to. And this is just these are just the ones that we know about. Look at the difference. And it's in real time. But I look like a different person. Do you know what? Here, I look a bit more like a child, actually. I don't like that. I don't like that it makes me look... Yeah, it does make me look like a child, doesn't it? It makes me look very, underage. Yeah, like the eyes being bigger. Look at the teeth. Look at how white you can make the teeth. They look like The Mask. I do, yeah, I do. I look like I'm about 12. That's disgusting. It does look more childlike, doesn't it? Do you air? Get the green paint back out. Look on The Mask again. Yeah, isn't that strange? But like, look at how quick it is. I've never seen that before. I was just trying to change the color because, can you see? I don't know if you can really tell. This one, it's so slightly, a little bit washed out in the paint here than it is on here. It's like the tiniest amount, but it was enough that it bothered me. That's what I was trying to change. Isn't that crazy? No, I don't even want to go live on stupid platform. Okay, well, I don't even know. Yeah. I guess you just have to get to the point. We have to be realistic on the fact that we just can't believe a lot of the stuff that we see, which is hard because I find it equally frustrating when people don't believe that, you know, what I do is real and stuff. But at the same time, I guess ultimately I also can't agree on what's real and what isn't. That's TikTok on default. Yeah, that's why I was saying that's just the ones that we know about. I don't like that. Yeah, that's just default that I can do all of that. Isn't that strange? Yeah. I don't like that it made me look like a child. Right, let me get my reference photo back out. Way cooler than filtered. Right, let's add some more shading down here as well. I'm trying to make this eyelid feel a bit more real. It's very tricky, but I think I'm slowly getting somewhere. And then I think I'm probably going to add a little bit of a highlight as well. Across, let's do a little bit here. But I want to make it quite light. I think that's a bit better to add that highlight in. I'm just going to blend it out a bit with my finger too. Good night, Welgoth. Thank you very much for spending your time here. Okay, hang on a minute. Let me open this picture in a new tab. Thank you very much. Ah, thank you. Thank you, Yangs. Thank you, Mr. P. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it a lot. Back for more Nightmare Fuel. Welcome back. Is it? But if you just think you felt they had to change how you look before you could be on camera rather than it as an art bit. Yeah, that's the thing though, isn't it? It's like it comes across as harmless, but then when we understand how these beauty standards do affect people, and we've seen the lasting effects it has, right? We see how it affects people with things like the recent court cases, etc., and body dysmorphia. I think one of the things that we also have to really consider is why is beauty, with all those filters turned to maximum, the beauty filters turned to maximum, why did it make me look like a child? And I think this is a big question a lot of people have been asking for a long time, but I think it becomes more and more evident, you know? There's legit psych studies on it. Gross. Learning about it in A levels. Oh. I don't like it either. I'm glad that we saw it. That we're all able to see it though and be like, what the hell? Yeah, Yanks, the evidence is there. I'm glad we've all seen it. I mean, if anything, I don't think that you guys were like purposefully like, you know what I mean? I didn't know about it until like, and I guess if you never planned to go live, you'd never could see these sorts of things, right? Yeah, exactly. Knows that others noticed it too. Yeah, what, and profited off it. Hi, Sel, how are you? I just felt like it was one of those things that you should all see. It can't just be me that sees that sort of stuff, you know what I mean? You should also see why I'm with you guys. I hate it here too. You keep saying I. Hey. I got that joke. Hey. Now to individual ones. Yeah, exactly. I've got to curl them all with a straightener. I'm not sure I'm back in my eyeball phase though, Runehilda. I think this might be a one-off. Might. But there's still a chance. I'm not sure I like these eye jokes. Just poke Buchan in his arm eyeball. I'm trying to remember who had an arm eyeball at this point. There was so much that happened. Oh, that one! Oh my god. Got you. I'm with you. Don't worry, Biscuit. It took me 40 seconds, but I got you. Really, Mason? Uh-oh. Cute, Sal! That sounds nice! Of course, Striking! Thanks so much. I appreciate you. Best of luck with your shed door. Hey, and... Oh, it was D&D today, wasn't it? I was going to say, enjoy D&D tomorrow, but I think it was D&D day today, no? I'm good, thank you. Finally got an album for art prints. Realised I may need more albums. I'm putting into the oldest prints from your shop before it was shut down for a while. Oh, I love the design, so it's wild to see the difference. Yeah, it's not every 2 weeks. Oh, my mistake. Sorry, got you. Anyway, so sorry. Get yourself some rest. Yeah, and look, I know you guys are so appreciative, but you can see why I look at my stuff and I'm like, God, no, just redo it. But yeah, no, look at that. I'm like, that took me 12 hours. To do what? The way you use colour has changed even. Yeah. And I think you can tell the way that I have finished the paint, it's more confident. It looks like it was done with confident strokes. Everything about it looks more sure. I'm sure of myself more. You know what I mean? Yeah, I think that's one of the things. It looks more like, yeah, that's fine. I think that. Oh my God, what the hell? And I think one of the things as well is, Jesus Christ, is my stuff looks like it's more signature now. And I understand shape better. Like I understand my own body shape and how to do the shading around the old. Yeah. The older stuff is still good. Okay. When you see a program from me, it's impossible to think, what the hell was I thinking? Yeah, exactly. And I look at it like, I've become more obsessed with light since watching you. As in like how light is used in artwork or just like how light reflects things in general. Where you've been, yeah. It's definitely sometimes quite difficult to see my old stuff because I'm a bit like... But... Damn, what a journey. Sometimes as well, I think it's really crazy because it feels like... I know I've done it, and I know you all know I've done it. And I think, if anything, it's also a really telling sign of what happens if you just turn up. I don't want to use the word every day, but you know what I'm saying. Every day. I have been here 5 days a week for the last, 7 years? 7.5 years? Painting again, paint it again, paint it again, paint something else, try again, try again, try again. I like genuinely seeing like what that will achieve. I think it's, yeah, I think that's cool. The amount of detail is even bigger now too, even on simpler designs. Yeah, I've like learned how to add detail and I've learned what I like adding in there as well. Yeah, oh, thanks so much, Yanks. Thank you. And you've also seen like me grow and learn how to use prosthetics, foam latex prosthetics, silicone prosthetics. Okay, cool. Now I'm going to teach myself how to like 3D print. I start teaching myself how to 3D print. I start building some of the most insane 3D printing things that I can imagine. Okay, cool. Well, that's pretty good. But now I'm going to start building props. Now I'm going to, do you know what I mean? I think everything just like slowly elevates when I'm just like, I decide to go off and do something else. It's really nice. It's like you see when I start being like, because what tends to happen is I get a bit bored. Not of like painting, but I get bored of like my current state, and then I'll go off and like be like, well, I guess I'll just go figure this out then and try and do some so and so. Excuse me. I literally did that whole eyeball phase, Brunhilde. Can you remember? Because I was like, I don't think I can draw eyeballs very well. So I just drew eyeballs for a month. everywhere. Yeah, well, I just did all those Demon Slayer makeup looks, and I was like, feathers and eyes, and feathers and eyes, and feathers and eyes, and feathers and eyes, and feathers and eyes. It's kind of funny though. You can see what he's... Especially when you look back, you can see when I really got obsessed with a really particular thing, and I just... Live has been restricted, but your live contains themes that some may find uncomfortable and has been restricted. Body exposure and sexual behaviours. Your live is not eligible for... Oh, it's not for gore! I've been told off for nudity and body exposure. Chat. I'm just gonna go offline. Nudity is the violation of the room with us. It's so dumb. Whatever. I went live. I still met my own quota. Fiji. Yeah, I thought that too, Yahoo. I know some of your posts seem to get very little views, and I think they're suppressing. Yeah. Yes. I feel the same way, where I'm just like, okay. Especially because one of the things that gets me, now remember, chat, I don't have any ill feelings towards anyone who does this kind of content. It's simply for comparative discussion. When I see stuff that obviously leans heavily towards more like kink, right? And that seemingly does well, I sit there and I'm like, I'm technically more covered. And I'm not behaving in a suggestive manner. So I'm like, why? So like, what's the diff? You know what I mean? But they look like a child for beauty standards. Yeah, and they set that up as well. I think, since the court case has happened, I don't think it would be incorrect to begin to believe that social media might make a huge downfall in the coming years. And it needs to, because it's become too powerful for itself, I think. I think people have lost sight of some stuff that's actually important. I think way too many people still love it. I agree. But I think what they're going to have to, I think what might happen is that they will put in, because of it, I think they'll put like an age limit that has to be that has to be met. So as an example, an ID requirement, I think it might change to a minimum of age 16, but you'd have to use an ID. And I think a lot of people are not prepared to use their ID on social media to verify it. And I think that because of that, people will start being a bit more like, oh, and I think people will move away. Yeah, exactly, Peachy. Awful. But it's a good way to make your own things. Yeah, it's really helpful. It's difficult when the 3D printer doesn't feel like cooperating, but that's a different problem. Yeah, so I think that might be what happens. So I think while I agree with you that more people, but people will still love it. Same, Yanks. I think that while people will still love it, that will be a boundary that a lot of people will refuse to cross. And I think that will be, and I think they know that. They know that that will be their downfall. And other forms of social media will rise. Maybe. They always try to come up with like alternative social media, don't they? They always try and come up with something else. Oh yeah, it's something completely different. No idea. Yeah. I don't think the current, I think the current state is going to break itself. Thanks, French Stallion. Hey, French Stallion, how's all of your alerts and website coming along? Hmm? That's crazy. Did you know how to code before anyway? All right, have you just learned? Chat, I'm not, I need to step up. I need to step up. Look at that. That's really impressive. Well, actually, French Stallion, and honestly, like, no pressure at all. I actually have a coding club in my Discord because I've got a lot of people who work in, a lot of people who work as like devs and stuff. So if you have any questions or you get stuck, there's a place to like ask because a lot of people in here do that for a living. if you wanted to, if you plan to get. I mean, it doesn't sound like you've gotten stuck at all, but like, yeah, if you needed to, just let you know there's some place there. I mean, it doesn't sound like you need it, but I'm just saying. That's unbelievable. Truly, I'm astounded. In that time, I learnt that I was missing a colouring pencil from my set, and I was really annoyed about it. And I still haven't solved that problem. Turns out the pencil that I'm missing is from a set which is really old school. They don't even sell that set anymore. And I'm scared because my dad bought me this set when I was younger, and if he finds out I'm missing a one pencil crayon, he's gonna go so annoyed. He's gonna be so annoyed at me. For real, thank you. I mean, you also learn how to play guitar on stream, so like, I'm always surprised. Thank you, it's very nice. Are you going to be going to, no, I just mimic. Yeah, but you still play. You can still play. Are you going to be going to TwitchCon? No, I don't think so either. I know, French Italian is so good. Yeah. I agree. I like being part of it, and you know, helping to like put on a show, but it's very
legendary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Piggy. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you for the bits. But I truly agree. It's if I didn't have a lot of stuff to do there, it would be very expensive. It's hard to talk to anyone. Yeah. That Mel had to roll her third eye. Nefarious, I had this was a nightmare that I had last week, and I had this dream that I had a hair and it was in my eye, and I pulled on it, and then it wrapped around my eye, and my eye went completely red. And when it did, like it was like bloodshot, and then my other eye popped and went red, and then I suddenly had the worst headache ever, and then I woke up. And then today I was reading one of my art books, and my art book was like talking about how, you know, like a lot of artists been known to be like tortured artists, but they would use their nightmares as inspiration. And I was like, bet I can do that. So I was like, sure. And so I thought, I'll sit here and I'll paint my nightmare. Twine or like a thin rope. Yeah, but I mean, it's totally fine. With the same kind of idea. With the reflections? Good! Ugh. Let's see. Let's have a look at putting in some eyelashes. This is scary! I hate doing the eyelashes whenever I draw eyes. Because they like change directions and all sorts. It's difficult. Difficult, Lemon, difficult. That's my burning lip gloss. Distract myself with chilly lip gloss. Like 100 here, I know, right? I've got some long eyelashes, but I don't have any this long. My mum was an optician, but I'm not sure she would. I think she'd just be like, "Ah, Melissa, stop it! Disgusting." That was good though. No! No voices. Please. Not this one again. Right. Eyelashes are difficult and awkward to draw. Because they do have certain directions that they go in, and everyone thinks they just kind of do that, but they don't, and they also clump. It's got to be obvious it's the eye of the tiger, eh? Cannot be mistaken for anything else. Yeah, they like it. It does you so dirty, doesn't it? Oh, I feel like now it's looking really gross. Shut up, AJ. I don't know who that is. Is that the guy who presents, what price is that? What's that game show called? That's definitely not the name of it, is it? What's the name of that show? You're Bob Barker! The Price is Right. Okay, look, I was so close. What price horse is that? What price is that with Bob Barker? That's what I was thinking of. Bob Barker didn't invent it. When someone gives you a total, what price is that? I don't like that. What price is that? Yours. Damn, do you think it looks that demonic? I hope so. Wheel of Treasures. Mel paints her nightmare. Is it really that bad? This was lucky. It was actually one of my tamer ones. It just felt a bit gross. I'm afraid they're gonna get lost in my eye. Like the idea of them freaks you out. Yeah, so I have a thing where, like, sometimes if I feel a bit more maniacal than usual, I start listening to classic music. And I've been listening to classic music all day. I feel like it, That's kind of scary! I just feel like, I don't know. I'm not even surprised at this one. Yeah, I don't know how to describe it. It just makes me feel that's Yeah, so sometimes when I'm like designing makeup looks, like I'll listen to this kind of music. And I don't know, it's weird. Like when I feel like I design some makeup looks, it feels like I can like into my own head and then like pull out these like ideas, and then I'll sketch them out and I'll like flesh it out a little bit and then be like, not feeling that one today, and then I'll kind of go in this weird state. In my and I thought when I was reading this art book today, I really liked it because it was talking about how like some artists, especially it was like talking about creative people, but it was and what I liked about it was like they often teeter on the line of mania and melancholy, and I was like I describe myself as that. I think that's pretty accurate. It's used ingredients. Oh really? That's so weird. Yeah, like sometimes my ideas will be like, yeah, really solid, and other times they'll be like, oh Christ.
He needs some milk.
Suru, thank you. Oh, we need some milk. Yeah, get the hair out. Thank you very much. It's really shiny now. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Fledger. 51 months. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Here we go.
God, thank you so much. Thank you. Cleaning solutions. I'm sure they were. Queen. Oh, for real, Fledger. I can't believe I've even been streaming for this long. In Twitch years. I had to get all the Tomb Raider ones and the art ones, Venus extension, the Wonder Woman ones, and then the in Casper. Oh my god, I can't remember the last time I watched Casper. I used to have the PlayStation 1 Casper game, and I really liked it, but I really struggled to cross this like road. It was like a road had been like blown up or something. I need to get something before I could cross it, and I don't think I ever figured it out. It's like at the beginning of the game. You had a game, yeah, a PlayStation 1 game. I had it. I had a PlayStation 1 game of Casper. What? Yeah, I know that, but that was in the era of like, if something comes out in the cinema, within 20 minutes there's a video game. Do you know what I mean? That era of time. Theo, was that one the one where I was doing the sing-song dance? Because my pinned one is the one, like, I'm pretty sure the pinned one is like me just talking through it. Full tutorial. Theo, genuinely, how does this make you feel? Like, do you not feel like, ugh, or do you just not really care, or does it make you feel happy? Okay, it gives you an outlet. Theo. It's the TikTok video that's just so bad. That video at the moment, isn't it? Yeah, my god. I constantly see that, like, it just says picture and I won't even open it. Yeah, that one's bad. Yeah, they're just, it's because Queen, one of the things now is like, because you can comment with a picture, right? Probably. So you can comment with a photo, but because you can comment with a photo, people like take pictures of me and then like zoom in and like crop it and stuff, and it gets really weird. Yeah, I know. The thing is that gets me about that screenshot's on their phone. Just because we've deleted the comment doesn't mean it's. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, but you've still got that crop of me. Like a weird, what a weird thing to do, and you wouldn't have gone and immediately deleted it because that's not really what people tend to do, is it? So. I know, right? I just feel like it's taken a very different direction in the past few years, especially. Panthorax, thank you so much. Welcome on in, everyone. How was your stream? Did you have the best time? What did you do today? Hi, Di, how are you doing? Welcome on in. I had a nightmare last week, so I thought I'll turn it into a makeup look. That's what I'm doing today. Thank you very much. What were you doing on stream today? Let us know. How did you find it? You recommend the game. I feel like every time I've seen someone play it, I haven't really understood what the game's about. But then I think we were talking about it last week and someone was like, it's kind of just whatever. Because it's open world. Like its own kind of like Skyrim. Queen, I did want to ask you, what have you been playing with your new computer? And Kingdom, I thought, yeah, actually, I think I did think it reminded me of like Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, just a little bit. I haven't spent a lot of time. I don't know. I've done a few Star Wars inspired things. I don't know when I'll do another one though. Oh my god, Queen! That's so late. I think so, Biscuit. Okay. Thank you, Yanks. Yeah, I've done Darth Talon. I've done a few different. Who else did I do? Oh, I can't remember her name. The blue one. Oh, really, Queen? That's good. Ah! Anna Secure, thank you very much. I was like, what on earth is that? I've forgotten the name, but yeah, thank you. La 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 la. He plays it on PlayStation 5. Yeah, but like playing it on console is always different to playing it on PC though, isn't it? Well, last week I had a dream, a nightmare, where thank you very much, Yanks. Where I pulled like a hair out my eye and it like I realized it was like wrapped around my whole eyeball. And then I pulled it, my eye went red. And then like my other eye just like burst red. And then I ended up with this horrible, horrible, horrible headache. And it was gross and nasty. And I woke up and I was like, ugh! And then today I was reading one of my art books. And then it was talking about how a lot of artists used to use their nightmares as like inspiration. And I was like, I can do that. I was like, bet. So I'm doing this today. Dun, 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 dun. Thank you. Yeah, I think a lot of art streams end up being like this just because it's what an art stream's like. But it's nice to just chill out with someone doing artwork in the background, and I think they make good like co-working accountability streams as well when people want to do their own work. Are you going to any Twitch cons? No. I don't want to. I've been doing like, I think I've been to a TwitchCon each year. for maybe the past like 4 years. I'm tired. And I didn't do San Diego at the end of last year, and I thought I was going to have the worst raging FOMO of my life. But I didn't. I was actually fine. And I specifically remember I was cleaning my shower drain thinking, TwitchCon's on right now. Harry Potter? No, I was humming Swan Lake. I don't even know what Harry Potter sounds like, sorry. Your eyes spinning around. Ugh. Gross. Right. I want my eyelashes. Oh, I wonder if I should put on some contacts. My eyes did go red as well when I... Let me have a look. Right, let's have a look. Yeah. TwitchCon San Diego. I didn't go. Last year. Yeah, I had some red ones, but one of them's dried up. I just checked. I was like, damn. But that's okay. Yeah, I was like, well, maybe this works out better overall because I did red eye makeup right. That's a good typo, Queen. You're like, no, you're fine. That's funny. I'll put the other white lens in once I finish stream, but at least you can see what it would be like. It's April Fool's Day in some time zones. Oh my god. Me being baited by these streamers who say last stream ever. Damn, they really are retiring. It's so detailed. Thank you. Wait for my eyelashes to become tacky. Good timing, buddy. Do you want to see one of my reference photos for today? Just artist things. Kidneys? No, I think it's just meat preparing to cook. I was trying for so long to find like someone who had tied string around a squishy ball. And I couldn't, and then in the end I came across that and was like, oh, well, that's perfect. What your search word words? I can't remember. I think like string, tied around ball, squishy. And then I was like, oh, I don't know. That's what I was trying to like. I just couldn't remember the name of it, and that's what I was trying to find. I was like, where's that thing? I know it exists, but I just couldn't remember. Anyway, found the meat one, and it was better in my opinion. Hi, Lauren, thank you so much. Thank you. Mesh stress ball. Yeah, I wouldn't have remembered that it was called a stress ball. I was just looking for like I was just knew it was a toy. I just couldn't anyway, it doesn't matter. Found what I needed. Yeah, they are weird, aren't they? Okay, I'm satisfied, I think. I think I'm satisfied with my nightmare. I like what Queen said earlier about facing your fears. And then there's me. Looks pretty cool, thank you. I can't wait to show Ghost and be like, this was why I couldn't sleep. This is what it looked like. And for him to be like, oh, okay. Could make a good t-shirt, do you think? Yeah, exactly. I've never painted one of my nightmares before. The glossy highlights. I think the glossy highlights are usually what makes the eye feel real and like... No, you won't either. What a relief. This is nice. I'm happy with this. I wanted you to see this. Oh yeah, and then the pose. We'll do the pose like... I think it looks okay. I don't know the last time I painted an eyeball this big. For a few years of it blinking. Oh my god. I'd have to get like the size exactly right. It'd be so awkward, wouldn't it? I'd probably think it was real. Enjoy your new sleep paralysis, demon. I'm keeping an eye on herself. I hold myself accountable. If you got that to fling, yeah, that would be particularly tricky, wouldn't it? You think the eyelid is what makes it convincing? I'm glad I changed the eyelid. I did one earlier that had more of an arch and I was really not feeling it. But I think this eyelid is actually a bit more similar to my own eyelid. Not the same, but similar. And I think it just... I found it easier to understand. Oh, now it looks like gummy mouth or something! Yay! Can you believe I got told off from TikTok today for nudity? This was me today. Whatever. TikTok is stupid. This was my sketch for today. Ta-da! Here's the sketch. Here's the sketch. Here's the plan. And here's the paint. Ooh. Yeah, so anyone who doesn't know, this is based on a nightmare that I had last week where I pulled a hair out my eye and it just like was wrapped around my eyeball and it was like, and then my eye just went red and then the other one went red and then that was it. It was like, and then I thought, I'll paint that today. Yay! It's uncanny. Hi, Niveas! Show the sketch of the sunlight. No one will be able to see anything I've done in the sunlight. I wonder if we'll have sunlight tomorrow. Yikes. My paints have been very apt recently for French stallions emotes. Dun 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 bum 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 bum. I can't believe this only took 5 hours. Not bad, right? Not bad. Oh my god, chat, did I tell you, I was mad at the weekend. I was so annoyed. That brings a new meaning to eyes up. Yeah. I was so annoyed because I was reading my Tomb Raider comics at the weekend. And by chance, so the ones I have are, I have the volumes 1 to 4, the archives. Anyway, you might remember I've been telling you guys about the Colossal collection that came out like a year ago or something, and I was like, okay, cool. So it's the same thing, but like condensed smaller, and so I don't need that because I've got them in a set of 4, so I don't need the Colossal, blah, 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 blah. And when I was thinking about this the other day, and I was like, oh, do you know what? It was yesterday, I think. I was like, I'm just going to have a look. No, Sunday. At like where they start and stop or something, and I was like, yeah, it's basically like a huge omnibus. And I was like, I'm just going to have a look at where they start and stop, just out of interest and see what people say and like what they actually look like, because, you know, I read that's what they were. So anyway, volume 3 of the 3 series set of the Colossal collection includes comics that's not included in volumes 1 to 4 of the archives. Wow! Oh boy. But you can't just buy 3, can you? You can't just get, I only need volume 3. You can't just get 3. Anyway, so I was really annoyed about it. Especially because it took me like an afternoon to read one of the volumes. And I was like, I can get through this really quickly. And how do you translate your nightmare? What do you think of the whole eyeball and the hair could mean? I don't really think they often have meanings from my nightmares. When I had to go through a lot of my nightmares with my therapist, it would just be like situations. I just basically, where I have to be careful with a lot of stuff that I expose myself to, because they just manifest as like really horrific nightmares. So there's certain like, I guess the best way to describe it is like, if you think about like what people think of as like a trigger warning, if I see something or I watch a film or something, it will manifest to me and like my brain makes it so much worse, and it creates a really, really horrible nightmare. But it's hard. I can't just wake up. Like, I know a lot of people have that, but like, I've had situations before, like I had to get it took me a long time to get it sorted with my therapist, but like I had situations before where I'd be like hyperventilating in my sleep. I'd be like struggling to breathe, like hyperventilating, I'd be like crying. Like I'm saying, obviously like for ghosts, it's obviously horrifying. But over time now I have less nightmares. But like this to me is genuinely is a tame nightmare from the stuff that I have. Did you buy them already? No. It was hard. It was hard to justify. So that to me is a good way to describe a trigger warning. When people are like, trigger warnings, do a trigger warning. I think a lot of people expect people to have like an immediate meltdown, whereas like I'm like, oh no, and then I have these horrible nightmares. And then yeah, so but now interesting is that Ghost isn't really a light sleeper, but he's managed to get. He knows my breathing pattern when it changes. I'm having a nightmare, and he has to try and wake me up, which I know is everyone's just like, it's dangerous, you shouldn't try to wake someone. But like it's the like if he can tell, he'll try and be like, Mel, you need to wake up, you're having a nightmare, because apparently my breathing patterns gets a bit like like that. So he's trying to like wake me up. Yeah, so it's like Mel. I'm being reminded when I got the complete set of Garth Ennis' Punisher Max Run. The other that feels Hellraiser cozy. Somebody mentioned that earlier as well. Yeah, like with the wire rat. Yeah, somebody mentioned that a bit earlier as well. Interesting. Yeah. So I think that's a good way to describe trigger warnings for like when someone is like triggered, because I think people kind of exaggerated it in a way that they made it into a bit more like a something to be make fun of, or like a joke. But that to me, like there's some stuff which I'm like, no, I don't want to see it. As an example, I've noticed in dreams as well, like my cousin shouts in her sleep. I've shouted as well. I've noticed sometimes I'll even see like a poster, like IRL, and then I've noticed in a dream it'll be on the wall. So I know my brain just takes stuff, and I know they do that anyway, but I know it kind of, you know what I mean? But sometimes it's bad. Sometimes it's really bad. Like I've had dreams before where I'll just die, but I won't wake up. I'll just die. Or I will wake up, and where I've been shot, I've got like chest pain, like a pain here, a pain there, a pain there, a pain in my neck. Like I've got physical pain, which doesn't, and then after a while it'll fade and it'll just go away. But like, it's just horrible. Like I've had dreams where I've died and come back as like a ghost, and like, a lot of them, like I'll just die. But people are like, oh, if you die in a dream, you'll die real life. Yeah, no. Yeah, like they're really bad. And like, they're the tame ones. They're the ones that I feel like I can tell you about. But like, sometimes that's, you know how I'm like, I think it makes me come across as ignorant. It's not my intention, but that's why I have to be very careful with the news. Because sometimes when there's really horrific news, I cannot handle it especially if I'm not in like a good mental state. Like if I'm already getting a bit stressed out, then it will just manifest in really horrific things. I mean, like this being quite like a tame thing where I'm like, ah! But yeah, it's not nice. It makes me grab a beer with him more and more. Yeah, Ghost is great. When you die and then you don't wake up, what does that mean? It just goes pitch black. And it feels like it goes pitch black for hours. And I'm just aware. But I can't wake up. I can't force myself up with nothing. Like, that's it. It just feels like you're gone. And then I'll just wake up. It's horrible. It's horrible, yeah. It's not nice. Because I never remember mine. Yeah. Ghost can't really remember his dreams. So I think he finds it strange. But one of the things which one of my therapists, I had a counsellor at university, and he told me that because my nightmares and my dreams can be so, I always dream. If I fall asleep for 10 minutes, I'll have a dream. It's my brain is like an overdrive. I'm always like visualizing something, and I don't want it to be like, oh, she's just such an artist. Not at all like that. But it won't stop. Like, it's hard to make it shut up. And he made a good point. It's like, it just sounds like it's so exhausting to be in your head. Like, it just sounds, you can't even rest, and then your brain is like making up all these scenarios, and you're very wet. Yeah. So sometimes I can't remember. A lot of times I will remember, and I'll be like, okay, whatever. But even if I'll fall asleep for like 5-10 minutes, I'll have like a full dream. It's just so vivid, and it's so like, yeah, it's just, I don't know. trying to sleep and the brain keeps it feels like that, but I'll go to sleep. And I know, and also another thing is I know when I'm falling asleep and when I'm nearly asleep, because I notice that I'm thinking up complete nonsense. So I'll be thinking about something and then it'll slowly become really bizarre. And then I'm like, oh, it's because I'm falling asleep. So it's like a good way for me to tell when I'm about to fall asleep, because I just start thinking of really strange situations or like really bizarre. And so, yeah, just weird. Like I was in a shop looking at headphones. That's annoying. I find it really hard because I know people can just force themselves away. I just can't do it. I had one the other day and I was trying so hard to force myself to wake up. And every time I went like that to look at my phone to check the time, I could physically feel that my phone was in my hand, but there was nothing there. And it was like I had pins and needles in my hand. And I'd be trying and then I'd like stand up and I'd go to the toilet. And then I'd wake up again and I'd be like, wake up. And I'd grab my phone and I'd look at the time and it wasn't there. And that's what happens if I'm aware of it and I'm trying to wake, I just can't do it. I just can't wake up. And it's like, I feel like I'm grasping at everything and it's like dissolving and I can't force myself to wake up. I get stuck. And I had this one and it was horrible and I was stuck in a loop. But like, here's like an idea of like the kind of loop that I get stuck in. I had a dream, I think, that I was waiting for the scaffolder to arrive. And I woke up and I ran to the front of the house where the window is to look out the window. And there was a flood. And the flood was like, hi, I'm Bosh, how are you? And there was a flood and it was like almost up to the top window. And I was like, oh my God, like this is horrific. And then I'd wake up and then I'd be like, oh my God, are they here? And then I'd run to the front of the house and there was like this Satan doll that was like twisting and talking to me and it was like blinking and it was horrible. And then I'd wake up again and then I'd run to the window and then there'd be people inside my house. And I'd wake up and I'd run and then I'd get there and they'd be like really creepy things. And it's just really strange. I just get stuck in these loops that I can't wake up with them. I can't really force myself to wake up. It's really hard. If I can't rip myself out of a dream, I start going in loops. Yeah, it's horrible. Because you're convinced, aren't you, in your dream that you've woken up as well. But yeah, they're a bit brutal. So, I don't know, maybe I'll try and keep an eye out on my nightmare. Mel's still asleep, probably. It feels like it sometimes. Maybe I'll try and keep an eye out on some of my nightmares and see what else I can paint from them. Use them. Yeah, it is. And it feels... It feels distressing to the point of you almost feel like you're giving yourself a headache just trying to get out of the situation. You can't remain calm in it, can you, Punisher? Because you just keep and then you wake up and then you're so tired. And you're so exhausted because you've basically spent like the past, I don't know, like an hour just trying to like rip yourself awake from it. Not nice. Yeah, loop dreams are rubbish. Yeah. Me and my nightmares. I've got to go back to being a villain. I'd have to be awake for a while to fully rid it. Yeah. Oh my God. And that's the worst thing is sometimes I wake up from a nightmare and I'll lay there because I'll be like, I don't want to go back to sleep because that was really scary. And then I'll just end up laying there for like 2 to 3 hours. And then I'll think, oh, I'll go back to sleep. And it's like I've just pressed on pause and it'll just carry on. When you wake up in a dream, can you tell, or is I can't always tell. Until I've woken up properly, I won't. I'm convinced I'm awake. Just can't. No problem waking myself up from dreams. Yeah, no, I don't have to. I just can't do it. stuck. Or like I'll give myself a raging headache trying. Fire up videos. Yeah, no, I've tried that and it will just unpause. I can't just carry on. That's why sometimes like I'd be so tired because I just was like, I can't go back to sleep. I just can't go back because it was too bad. Like it was just too terrible today. So I'll just wait and just get on with the day then. It's just rough. Yeah, it's like, or sometimes what will happen as well is I'll wake up from a nightmare and I'll go about my normal day and the next night it'll carry on. It used to be bad. It used to be so much. I used to have nightmares like 6 to 7 nights a week, like horrific ones, like crying in my sleep and stuff. But yeah, it sometimes feels like it's a bit inescapable because if I fall asleep, it'll just carry on. It'll just right where it left off. Yeah, so sometimes I would lay there and I'd be like, I don't know if I dare go back to sleep because my brain's just, it's scaring me, like the stuff that it's showing me. So I'd just be like, weird, isn't it? How like your brain can do such. I read somewhere before, it's like having a nightmare is so embarrassing because your brain makes up a situation and then scares itself. I was like, that's how I feel. It's so stupid. This is so stupid. Stop it. You're literally scaring yourself. Like, what are you doing? I know it's like, oh, it's so embarrassing. I'm like, it is embarrassing. Brains are weird like that. Yeah, exactly. It's like scaring itself. It's so annoying. Why? It's so stupid. Oh my gosh. Yeah, and so I try, to be fair, most of the time I feel like I do see the funny side of like the dream, like, you know, the ridiculousness of it all. And I clearly don't let it get to me like that much, right? Clearly. But it's just, it's annoying. It's annoying, especially because it feels like you can't always rest. I think that's the thing that is the most difficult thing. Punisher, yeah, exactly. Good dreams are cliffhangers and the bad dreams. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, exactly, Ken. It's so silly. Your eye looks insane. Thank you. About deja vu, as you said it. I think so. I saw it I saw it a few months ago, so I might have mentioned it already. Play in your dreams. Oh my god. I'd be there like, Kyle, thank you very much for the bit. I'm late for Comic-Con. Oh yeah, you did mention that. Okay. Let's Blue Lotus, thank you very much for the 300 bits. Thank you. Oh, Mr. Piggy, that was so gross. That was awful. Mate, oh my gosh, Peachy, that's such a good way to describe that. Anxiety to brain making conspiracy theories. That's so silly. It's so true. Okay, chat. I plan to go live tomorrow to work on this. We'll see how that goes. Tomorrow I'll work on some prompts. This is creepy the best way. Thank you. Any plans for April Fools? No. No! Because every day is a joke. No, I'm just joking. So we're gonna go on a raid. Let's please join me. I hate it. Usually I feel like I just... What was the one that I did before? I just played my starting soon screen twice and then ended stream. People got mad at me. Nothing. I actually don't have anything planned. Usually I just send a tweet saying that I hate body painting. Which I think is funny. I still think that's a funny thing to do. I'm gonna trick him into eating so much cake. Join me on rating. Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Jago. Thank you. We're gonna join me on rating Deer. She's playing Dead by Daylight and has got drops on. I think she might be playing a survivor, but I'm not sure. But I will love you and leave you guys. I'm going to take my photos and my videos, and I'll see you guys in the next one tomorrow. I've been going live stream for 5 hours. Don't give me any nice ideas. Bye!